Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2. Testing, testing. Check, check, check for hearing room 2. Testing, testing. Testing 1, 2, 2, 2. Testing, testing. 1, 2. This is a microphone check. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing. 1, 2. Testing, testing. 1, 2. All right, guys, thank you so much for your patience. We should be up and running momentarily. Again, sorry for all the delay. But again, thank you for your cooperation, and soon we'll be ready to begin. Good morning. Welcome to the New York City Council hearing on the Committee on Immigration. At this time, please silence all electronics and do not approach the dais. Any questions or concerns, please contact the Sergeant at Arms. Chair, you may begin.
This meeting is finally being called to order. Thank you all for your patience with our technical difficulties. So good morning, everyone. Buenos dias. I'm Councilmember Alexa Aviles, Chair of the Committee on Immigration. Thank you for joining us. Today, we will be examining services for immigrant New Yorkers. I'd like to begin by thanking the representatives from the administration, members of the public, and my committee colleagues who have joined us here today. I'd like to welcome Councilmember Caban, Councilmember De La Rosa, Councilmember Hanif, Councilmember Brewer, Councilmember Botcher, Councilmember Salam, and Public Advocate Jumani Williams. New York City is a city of immigrants. In fact, 60% of the population are immigrants and children of immigrants. This city owes so much to our immigrant communities, many of whom have contributed to the vibrancy and creativity that makes New York City special. At today's hearing, we will hear from the administration and advocates on the legal resources and needs of our immigrant communities and identify what must be done to keep them safe. Over the past year, we have seen heinous and despicable actions from our federal government targeting and harming immigrant communities, including disrupting and eliminating pathways to immigration status, violent and unconstitutional arrests in courthouses, and elimination of federal funding for legal service providers. I could unfortunately go on for much longer, but the bottom line is that we are here today to focus on how to get legal services to our immigrant neighbors who need it now more than ever. Access to competent, professional, well-funded legal services is incredibly important and something the city is well suited to support if it is in tandem with community providers already addressing the needs of the community. The council has supported many of these providers and is pursuing significant funding in this year's budget negotiations. In light of the hostility and threats from our federal government to our immigrant communities, we must continue to do more. We look forward to hearing from the administration about their legal service resources, their collaboration with community providers, and their responses to the rapidly changing legal needs and information. We also look forward to hearing from advocates and legal service providers who tirelessly defend and support immigrant New Yorkers. Lastly, the Committee on Immigration will hear Councilmember Tiffany Caban's Resolution 1014, which condemns the Trump administration's use of a federalized National Guard to repress free speech, militarize American cities, and carry on his anti-immigrant agenda. I look forward to hearing more from Councilmember Caban on her resolution. I would like to thank the committee staff for their work on this hearing, including Nicole Cata, Senior Legislative Counsel, Rebecca Barilla, Senior Policy Analyst, Carolina Gill, Principal Capital Analyst, Florentine Cabor, Unit Head, and finally, I'd like to thank my staff, Chief of Staff Edward Cerna, Deputy Chief of Staff Christina Botego, Legislative Fellow Lily Yu, and everyone working in the background to make this hearing run smoothly. I will now turn it over to Councilmember Caban for a brief statement on her resolution.
Thank you, Chair Aviles. I am here in support of Resolution 1014, which condemns the Trump administration's use of a federalized National Guard to repress free speech, militarize our cities, and advance an anti-immigrant agenda. What we witnessed in Los Angeles, Chicago, and elsewhere this year is nothing less than a full-scale assault on democracy. To see federal troops sent onto city streets to serve Donald Trump's fascist agenda and terrorize our immigrant siblings is a dramatic testament to the rise of authoritarianism and xenophobic racism in this government. Let's be honest about what's happening. The Trump administration is testing how far it can go. And if we think for a second that this won't happen here, that New York City is somehow immune, we're kidding ourselves. This is an administration that has openly threatened to send federal forces into our city to override our laws, steal our funds, and target our immigrant neighbors. They're looking for any pretext, any opportunity to invade our streets under the banner of quote unquote security. That's why this resolution matters. We must be on the record in opposition. And to my colleagues, a resolution alone is not enough. Words are not enough. We need action from the city's leadership to prepare for a federal assault. That means organizing, legal readiness, coordination with community organizations, and legislation to strengthen our sanctuary city and protect our neighbors. This is about defending democracy itself. New York has always stood as a beacon and a sanctuary for the poor and for the vulnerable, and we cannot let that beacon be put out by the threat of militarization. I urge my colleagues and every New Yorker to stand united in support of this resolution and to commit far beyond these words here to doing the work of ensuring that New York City remains a place of freedom and equality for everyone. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Council Member. And next, I will turn it over to Public Advocate for a statement.
Testing. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. As I mentioned, my name is Jamani Williams, Public Advocate for the City of New York. I do hope all of us are
Hello?
We got to change
Oh,
rooms
this
again?
is working.
They're all working?
Oh.
It's just me? Testing, testing. There we go. Back on. Okay. Thanks again. Yes, I was just saying, I hope all of us are praying for Jamaica at this moment in time, with some unfortunate fatalities already happening. I don't even think the eye has passed over. So we're going to have some responses probably here in the city because we know there's a lot of Jamaican Americans who are here. One, I just want to say to Commissioner Castro and the team, thank you for the work that you did. And I think there are things we think could have been done a little better, but I appreciate having people who actually care there. And I have to name the lack of leadership or sometimes harmful leadership that came from Eric Adams as the people who care were trying to do their jobs. That's me talking and not you. I want to thank Chair Vilas and the members of the Committee on Immigration for holding this hearing today on legal service for immigrant New Yorkers. Most of my testimony will be about the resolution that Councilmember Cabanas has. Today in Trump's America, immigrants are treated as criminals and are kidnapped from our streets or our courthouses by masked federal agents, irrespective of whether the person residing in the United States is a citizen, permanent resident, out of status, or without status. They are treated as criminals and not afforded due process. The Sixth Amendment in the U.S. Constitution ensures individuals a right to counsel in criminal proceedings to ensure that no one is improperly incarcerated for lacking the means of hiring an attorney. The 14th Amendment, among others, prohibits depriving an individual of life, liberty, and property without due process of law. Immigrants now more than ever need access to attorneys and legal services to avoid improper detention, discriminated removal proceedings, the indignity of and violence of our current detention systems for profit concentration camps, and the horror of disappearing after coming into contact with immigration and customs enforcement ICE agents. Trump has emboldened law enforcement and ICE agents to detain people under whatever means necessary, then deport them respective of their status, according to the National Association of Immigrant Judges. Since January 2025, nearly 100 immigrant judges have either left or been let go. The corresponding backlog of cases has increased exponentially, with fewer judges left to preside. During President Obama's second term, there were 516,031 immigration cases nationwide. That number grew to 1.26 million during Trump's first term and escalated to 3.71 million during Biden's administration. I would be remiss if I didn't say, as people may have known, the Obama administration was actually the deporter-in-chief until this authoritarian end. And quite frankly, the infrastructure that he built out is the one that is being used exponentially worse than anybody could have ever dreamed of. Trump has stated that he would bring in military attorneys and judge advocate generals or JAGs to temporarily fill the vacancies in immigration court. If JAG staff, by training, work in cases defined by USMH or Uniform Code of Military Justice, are assigned to cover immigration cases nationwide on a quickly trained immigration law, then providing legal service to immigrants is imperative. Immigration court is not a military tribunal or court martial, and we cannot allow this administration to continue to treat our friends, families, and neighbors arriving in court for standard legal proceedings as if their actions require military discipline. Lastly, I wholeheartedly support Councilmember Tiffany Caban's resolution condemning the Trump administration's use of federalized National Guard to repress free speech, militarize American cities, and carry out this anti-immigrant agenda. I'd like to be signed on to it. I'm speaking as not just an American citizen, but as a son of immigrants from the island of Grenada. And I want to name, when we say immigrants, we're usually talking about black and brown immigrants in particular that are being attacked. And reminding folks that they are trying to use our fears and our biases against us. They're throwing up buzzwords and people who make people feel uncomfortable for whatever reason to militarize and literally practice military drills in our city. We've seen it in Canal Street. We see what's happening in 26 Federal Plaza. I will say I'm happy that in about 9 days, 8 days, we're going to have a mayor that actually cares and will speak up against it and work with us to do whatever we can to protect the citizens and residents of New York City. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I'll turn it over to council to swear in the administration.
Thank you, Chair Aviles. We will now hear testimony from the administration. We will hear from Moya Commissioner Manuel Castro, Lorena Lucero, Deputy Commissioner of Programs and Policy, and Enrique Chavira Cantu, Director of Policy and Programs Initiatives. Before we begin, I will administer the affirmation. Panelists, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do, yes.
Thank you. You may begin when ready.
Thank you, Chair Aviles and the Committee on Immigration for holding this hearing and for your partnership in the last 4 years. Thank you, Public Advocate Williams, for joining us today and for your advocacy on behalf of immigrant communities. My name is Manuel Castro. I serve as the Commissioner of the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs. I'm joined today by Deputy Commissioner of Programs and Policy, Lorena Lucero, and Director of Programs and Policy Initiatives, Enrique Chavira Cantu. I want to first start by acknowledging the difficult moment our communities are living through. We've all seen what's happening at 26 Federal Plaza and in our neighborhoods across New York City. And last week, Federal Immigration Enforcement conducted a raid that targeted and detained street vendors, immigrants from West Africa on Canal Street. I want to say that on behalf of Moya and on behalf of myself, we condemned these raids and anti-immigrant actions conducted by the federal government. Actions that have resulted in tremendous distress and anxiety in our immigrant communities. And I know that many across the city, like myself, and the team members that join me here today, continue to have family and loved ones that are directly impacted. I would like to take this opportunity to encourage our immigrant communities to continue to access city services. As you heard from the school's chancellor directly, continue to send your children to school and to rely on your school communities for support. As you've heard directly from the police commissioner, if you witness or experience a crime, continue to call 911 and seek help. As you've heard from the president of the Health and Hospital System and our commissioner of the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, please continue to seek care from our public hospitals and from our public health system. This city government is made up of people, public servants, educators, healthcare workers, your neighbors who deeply care about your safety and your future. And we will remain committed to you and stand here for you. Today, I am proud to share that Moya's Immigration Legal Services and our other programs continue to expand access to critical services and information to our immigrant communities. Since 2022, when I joined as commissioner, our programming and our funding for legal services has nearly doubled. And today, I want to take this opportunity to thank the City Council, Council Speaker Adams, for your commitment and ongoing support to immigration legal services. In the last budget negotiation, we saw historic funding dedicated to legal services, and we greatly appreciate the partnership on behalf of Speaker Adams and her staff in the past several months in making sure that our immigrant communities and immigrant nonprofits receive the support that they need. We appreciate the the effort to support people when they need it the most. Now, I want to describe our immigration legal services programs, but in interest of time, I may cut it short, but you'll have in writing a full description of all these programs. First, I'd like to start with our Moya Immigration Legal Support Centers. This summer, Moya launched the Moya Immigration Legal Support Centers program. This program is modeled after the state's Office of New Americans ONA centers. Our network consists of 38 Moya immigration legal support centers composed of 29 unique contractors providing culturally and linguistically competent immigration legal support across the 5 boroughs. This model was created to leverage the expertise and experience of nonprofits and community-based organizations who are already embedded in the city's immigrant communities. This model encourages a wider decentralized approach for immigration legal providers to build or strengthen connections with hospitals, schools, libraries, and other local institutions. This new model represents a flexible approach that meets the current and emergent needs of New York City's immigrant communities, both in their language and in their neighborhoods. Since the program's July 2025 launch, the Moya Centers have conducted approximately 3,500 comprehensive legal screenings, supporting immigrants on a variety of legal needs. Next, the Rapid Response Legal Collaborative. This collaborative provides legal assistance to immigrant New Yorkers who are detained or at imminent risk of detention or deportation. In light of the current needs, Moya has increased our investment in the Rapid Response Legal Collaborative by $1.1 million in this fiscal year. Moya has also partnered with the New York City Public Schools Project Open Arms program to implement a dedicated referral pathway and Know Your Rights training for New York City schools at public schools across New York City. Next, the Haitian Response Initiative. The Haitian Response Initiative is a network of 8 legal and community-based organizations focused on serving the needs of Haitian New Yorkers. This model program provides culturally and linguistically competent case management, social services, referrals, and resources such as housing and mental health and legal assistance. Next, our Legal and Technical Assistance Program. Moya partners with experts in immigration law and legal services and provide free access to critical legal technical assistance and training resources for Moya centers. This includes a significant partnership with Immigrant Arc or IARC to provide ongoing mentorship and assistance to legal providers. All centers also have access to free select online training and webinars to nationwide legal technical assistance programs through the Catholic Legal Immigration Network. The Moya Legal Technical Mentorship Program provides dedicated support to our Moya centers through the Immigrant Justice Corps, who also offer additional legal assistance and technical assistance support. Next, we continue to fund Moya's Immigration Legal Hotline, operated by Catholic Charity. In calendar 2024, over 64,000 people called our Moya Legal Hotline. So far in calendar year 2025, the Moya Legal Hotline has received calls from nearly 46,000 people. Trained hotline counselors help immigrant New Yorkers navigate their options for connecting to comprehensive immigration legal screenings. The Moya Legal Hotline has also held phone banks to provide targeted information in response to urgent needs in the immigrant community. And like I said, now in the interest of time, I'll conclude my remarks, and you should have the rest of the descriptions in my written testimony. I want to thank the many public servants throughout the city government who continue to show up for immigrant New Yorkers. I hope that you are proud, as I am, of what we have accomplished in the last 4 years. Never would have I imagined, as a high school student, still undocumented, when I first visited City Hall, that one day I would become a commissioner for the city of New York. And for that, it has been a true honor. I want to thank my team at Moya for your hard work and commitment to immigrant communities. I want to thank my family, my wife, my child, for your unconditional love, support, and patience in what has been a roller coaster of 4 years. Thanks to my mother, who set us out on this journey, and for everything that you've made possible. And lastly, thank you to the City Council for your continued commitment. And I stand firmly in support of your advocacy on behalf of our immigrant communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Excuse me. Thank you for abbreviating what is already an abbreviated testimony, given our delays. So I'm going to just jump into the questions, and then at some point I'll seg to my colleagues so they can ask their questions. I don't want to hold them up. So let's start from the top for the record. So what is the mission and primary function of the Immigration Legal Support Centers? And how do they differ from Action NYC?
Yes, when we took stock at the prior program, Action NYC, we really wanted to keep the core of the program consistent. So it's to provide legal access to immigrant communities, in particular, comprehensive legal screenings and navigation and direct support in our immigration courts and through our legal system. But we wanted to make modifications so that the way we spoke about our legal services were understood by immigrant communities. So we significantly changed our the way that we talk about our legal services, changing our branding from Action NYC to Moya Centers or Moya Immigration Legal Support Centers. This is in response to feedback from the community itself that Action NYC really did not communicate the intent of the program. And throughout all of our programs, we wanted to institute a plain language protocol to ensure that our immigrant communities were not confused about what they were accessing. I'll let my Deputy Commissioner speak more about the program itself.
I hope this is working. Okay, good. So I'll walk you through 6 main differences and happy to answer any questions regarding it. Number 1 is deliverables, and I'll walk you through it. Number 2, number of contracts. 3 is the communities in which folks are served and geographic reach. 4th is staffing. 5th is referrals. And I'm sorry, 5th is the LTM, legal technical mentorship support. So I'll walk you through the deliverables first. Action NYC and the changes that we made now is that we shifted to what we refer to as a units of service, where the nonprofits that have received the funding are able to meet deliverables in a variety of ways, really having an eye towards flexibility here, because we understood that the legal landscape was changing, given the higher need of pro se assistance, but also this additional need and continuous need of supporting folks with complex cases. Action NYC, for the majority, took straightforward cases, with the exception of the work that was done in hospitals, schools, and libraries. With this new model, providers, if they choose, can work through, can do both. So that's one, and then I'll go into the number of contracts. Action NYC had 18 contracts, and they were each funded at a different level depending of the type. So for CBOs, hospitals, libraries, and schools, there was a change. Now we have a unified system of 25 contracts where each contractor is funded at $250,000 per year. As a reminder, this is a 3-year contract. My math is not amazing, but you have that. And then community geographic reach. Here under this new model, the RFX explicitly mentioned and highlighted 21 districts that of areas of higher immigration population that we wanted the program to be focused on. Staffing. Under this new model, the providers have the ability to hire one attorney or a DOJ fully accredited rep. Referrals under Action NYC, referrals to legal or other support services were done as needed, and would refer out to IOY for complex cases. Under this new model, providers have the ability to only 25 of the referrals have to be done via the city, and we've worked out, a system with the providers. And the last one I think is really the biggest difference, which is that now embedded in the program is a legal technical mentorship component in which there is a dedicated provider, and the commissioner mentioned IARC, who is primarily providing technical mentorship services to the legal support centers. This is important and key because the immigration landscape is moving so quickly and changing so fast that when it was envisioned, we thought that embedding a mentorship component that was within sort of the system of the program would be important given changes that could potentially happen in the administration.
Thank you for walking through those. I just maybe need to go back
Yeah.
to some of those elements. I guess, Commissioner, you mentioned that much of the change, well, in addition to what Lorena mentioned, was plain language protocol. I'm not sure I understand what that means.
Well, we've in our efforts to make sure that our immigrant communities understand the services that Moya and other of our partners are providing, we've simplified our language so that we can better translate it, interpret it into other languages, including Action NYC by calling it Moya Centers, Moya Immigration Legal Support Centers, which is more straightforward language. And other of our programs, as you know, We Speak NYC also underwent change in the way that we speak about it. And this is important because, again, the Action NYC and other acronyms or branding that Moya and other agencies use are not easily translated and interpreted in other languages. We wanted to just make that change. Took longer than expected. And again, as I mentioned in my testimony, we took a look at the Office of New Americans ONA centers as a model, as an inspiration. We admire their branding and their use of plain language, and we wanted to replicate that. But we wanted to remain consistent with the core components of the legal service work, which is to provide comprehensive legal screening. So that remained. And as Deputy Commissioner mentioned, adding a legal technical and mentorship component, knowing the challenges in professional development and keeping abreast of the changes in the landscape in legal services.
So in terms of the unit of service, you mentioned there's flexibility. I think each of these, certainly there was a lot of concern from providers in the RFX that in fact it was the opposite, that it was less flexible. And the former Action NYC contracts were $245,000 per organization, and the new contracts are $250,000 per organization. It sounds like there's still a conflict between deliverables, expectations, and the staffing structure, with only a $5,000 increase.
On the units of service, and I think there's a couple of questions there that we'll parse out, but on the units, and I've been hearing, we take this super serious in regards to the change, and we've been very intentional about not only having a pre-meeting to the launch of the program with providers and meeting with providers individually as well as a cohort. We start, and it goes again with the units of service, and we will take feedback as needed, but the intention behind it was in order to fulfill, again, like the changing landscape, which includes screenings and full rep, but also a pro se support for both straightforward and complex cases. We've heard from providers in these meetings, and as like things come up, we've made changes and clarifications, because the real intention is really to provide flexibility, because we understand that the landscape is changing. In regards to funding, we heard it during the concept paper, we heard it during the RFX, and that's why you saw some changes from the concept to the RFX, because we heard everybody, but we were limited to the amount that we had to sort of provide, and because of that, we structured it in the way that we did. But I might have missed a couple of questions, Chair, so please.
And Chair, if I may, we want to be as helpful as possible to the council in understanding our legal services program. We have a very useful table that compares the before and after. We'll love to provide that to you or describe it here today. The prior program had 3 tiers, 3 different funding tiers. The current program evens out all the providers at $250 each. And so we're happy to provide that description today, or send you that table. It's important to us that you have all this information, of course. The procurement process was quite long. We had a number of rounds of feedback. We took most of this feedback. Of course, we couldn't change everything completely, but the team did a really comprehensive job at engaging our contracted partner DSS in that process. I don't know if you want to add more, Lorena.
I'll just add that, and I'm getting the live numbers as we speak, but under the old contracts for CBOs, there was a range of 175, 175K, 245K, and 315K. And acknowledging what you're saying, right, that there was change in some of the funding, but I think that our approach, again, because we wanted to create this unified system of legal support centers, it was to even it out and to provide legal service centers the same amount of funding.
Yeah, I mean, this is, obviously, we've had this conversation before, and the changes and the concerns from the provider community, and well, I think it is, it begs a question around fairness versus equity, and not everyone is actually doing the same work or has the actual competency to do the work in this changing landscape. So certainly flexibility and ample funding is critical to doing the work. So in terms of, can you tell me what the total funding allocated for immigrant legal service support centers, and which budget lines or agencies fund them?
Give me 1 second, Chair. So for the immigrant legal support centers, the agency, they all sit with the Department of Social Services, and there are 25, and I'm referring to the one under the procurement, and the funding levels are 250,000.
And the total,
And that,
yeah.
and,
Sorry.
and no, and then the legal technical mentorship is funded at 400,000.
And what is the total?
The total per year is 6,250,000 for the legal support centers.
And so currently, how many centers are operating?
Excuse me, Chair, sorry. 6,650,000.
How many centers are currently operating, and where are they located in geography, and how those locations were chosen?
Yeah, and I also want to add that besides the legal support centers that I'm referencing under the procurement, because I think that's where your questions are focused on, embedded in that is also a network of additional contracts. And this is from the bucket of our former Action NYC contractors that have a one-year contract with us. Those contractors are also sort of a part of this network, so I just want to clarify that, but because I think your questions are exclusively focused on the just the procurement piece, the RFX piece. But your question was, where are they located?
Yeah, I guess before you go to the location, since you mentioned, I know the 4.4 million that the administration cut from these services that the council restored for these one-year contracts, have they been disbanded and where have they gone?
Yes, so I can start there, and go ahead, Commissioner.
Before the deputy commissioner describes how we've spent that funding, I think this is why the funding that provided by the council was so tremendously helpful. So, with some of these providers that we can't have on 3-year contracts, we generally fund year to year. With the additional funding that council provided, we were able to continue that year to year funding to these providers, and continue to fund the critical work that they do, and fill in the gaps, as you mentioned, Chair, of those providers that are providing more sort of dedicated and specific work in certain communities.
Commissioner, this work wasn't new. This was work that was defunded by Eric Adams that we are working to restore together. So this is ongoing work.
Ongoing work, correct.
Okay.
Yes, so and we've also been in communication with Council Finance about the 4.4. The 4.4 was received in part by Northern Manhattan Improvement Corporation, NMIC, IJC, Immigrant Justice Corp, and Catholic Charities. There was a leftover amount that I don't have in front of me that we also went back to council to request if we could use the additional leftover for our providers to use for filing fees and postage, and that part of the work is underway right now. And then my colleague Enrique, because I know you also asked about where they're located.
Go
ahead.
Before we go there, so you submitted a request to reallocate money to filing fees and postage. Council also provided an additional $850,000 for fees. So are you saying you want more money for fees?
Well,
which is separate and apart from the 4.4 million.
That's separate and apart, Chair, because, and we thank the council for that. I know that it's not official yet because I think it has to pass a resolution, so I didn't want to, but we put it all together so there can be additional funding given to the providers that we oversee.
And what would be the formula that you would utilize to distribute these unallocated resources?
I can pass it over to my colleague Enrique.
So we took a quick look at filings for the previous fiscal years, and we talked with providers about certain projections. We took a survey of the amount of initiatives that folks have with Moya, and so we did a 2-tiered system where the 5 providers will be getting a greater amount, given that the filings that is in the nature of their business, typically motions to reopen, which are significantly more expensive than before. Those who are doing a lot more of those filings are going to get a little more money, and then the rest of our providers will get some as well. So we took a survey of needs while also looking at historic filings trends.
Got it. Which I think, is there wiggle room in that, given kind of the current environment?
Definitely, yeah.
Okay, great. I think we're back to the original question.
Locations, Chair?
Say.
You wanted to know about locations?
Oh, yes, yeah. And how many of the centers are operating? I know we have 25 contracts, are there 25 legal service support centers operating right now?
All of them are operating.
Great. And can you tell us where the geographic locations?
I'll kick it on my colleague, Enrique.
Yes. So the our legal support centers are present throughout 21 community districts. Those are also the 21 districts that were the foundation of the RFP that were evaluated through the process. Those community districts were chosen specifically based on census survey data. And what we did was we took a look at the average of non-citizens in New York City, which is 14.72%. And we chose 21 community districts that are higher or that have a higher concentration than that New York City average. And so happy to provide those to you, but they do include a few in Queens, across the 5 boroughs. And then we can go through a list of the 25 centers if you'd like. We also have a map where all of them are located that we can provide to you.
You can provide that to the council.
Great.
Thank you. Can you tell us what specific legal services are offered at the centers? For example, is it asylum application assistance? Is it TPS renewal, SIDGE screenings, referrals, full legal representation?
Yep. So it'll be a mix of services throughout. As we mentioned earlier, our goal was to provide as much flexibility for providers. All providers are given points for doing a full legal screening and a follow-up action. That follow-up action could be full representation in either a straight or complex case. It could be pro se assistance in a straightforward or a complex case, as well as brief advice and counsel or a referral to an IOI provider.
So just for clarity, I'm not for the record. So can any person walk into any legal service provider and receive, or any legal service center and receive any manner of these supports? They're not going to get referred to somebody else in another area.
So it depends on the capacity that the legal provider has, and it also depends on their physical, I'd say, protocols. Some of our legal service centers don't accept physical walk-ins for safety or other reasons. All of the information on how to be referred or how to get an appointment is on our website, but it can also be achieved if someone reaches out to our hotline.
Okay. Can you provide to the council exactly with each of these service centers, what are the limitations for each of the service center? Because I will tell you, it's if we have 25 centers that do 25 different things with various criteria, I am 100% sure the public is very confused by that.
Definitely. We'll definitely provide that. I'll also say that, as the Deputy Commissioner mentioned before, one of the bigger new features of the legal support centers is the legal technical mentor, who is working individually with every single one of these support centers to identify gaps in capacity, and they'll be working with them one-on-one to try to fill those gaps, whether it's through trainings or office hours, additional items like that. We'll make sure to get that over to you.
In terms of when you restructured the RFX and you determined that there would be a technical support element to it, what were the gaps that you were trying to address through that resource?
I think more than gaps, I think we were also understanding that capacity was a big constraint for our legal service providers. So it is first of all, an effort to, and you mentioned this briefly, because we know that some of the legal service providers, again, like this is prior to what we know now because it was during the procurement, we understood, and the concept paper, we understood that there were new organizations that were being created based on the response that we were seeing with new arrivals. And we understood that there was a need for legal and technical mentorship support that was intentionally embedded here because we wanted to build capacity and open it up for nonprofits in a range of nonprofits to bid and potentially receive the contract. So that was the biggest part. I think that would be one, and I think I'll stop there because I've mentioned the
Yeah, because I appreciate that, but that is utterly vague. So could you give me a variety of examples, right? Because you have a suite of capacity of service providers with a range of experience, right? Um, what were some of the specific things that, in terms of actual capacity, that you were targeting to do with these resources? And I'd like to recognize Councilmember Joseph joined us.
So while Deputy Commissioner pulls up the information, I do want to say that really the intent behind this RFP was to build out community capacity, as Enrique mentioned, focusing on these 21 community districts where there's a high density of foreign-born or immigrant communities. And the intent behind the technical mentorship program is to build up the capacity of each of these centers to be able to provide, at the very least, all the basic immigration legal services that any of these centers should be providing, such as assistance for naturalization, for instance, or renewals of green cards, or filing TPS and so forth. Then there are complex cases, and as you know, we're facing a very complex environment, supporting those people who have been detained or at imminent risk of being detained. And for that, we need additional assistance. So I just wanted to provide that. And I want to say this and get this out before we move on. I would say that while 25 centers was an accomplishment, many of them are here, and I'm sure we'll share their experiences. We need many more. And I would advocate for additional supports to these 25 centers and more, especially in the environment that we're in. Go ahead, Deputy Commissioner.
And I'll add, Chair, and let me know if this is what you're looking for. If not, happy to add some more. I think some of the areas where we're seeing the most need, and that even when we started thinking about what this was going to look like and what future needs for the community were going to be, we either saw that certain organizations were just not engaging in these types of cases or what have you. But we saw a great need for additional work around special immigrant juvenile status and immigrant youth in general. We knew that there would be a greater need for rapid response, motions to reopen, filing habeas, those types of proceedings, asylum, anything that we formerly thought was a straightforward case now becomes complex given differences in federal immigration law. So I'm happy to go into some of the things we can do maybe later, and some of the things that we're doing on other issue like immigration, some of the trainings we've set up to help start building that capacity whenever you're ready.
Great. Yeah, I think that begins to start to address, because community capacity is such a vague term given the diversity, and we're talking about longstanding service providers. So it's a very confusing proposition when you're telling me, naturalization support for organizations that have been doing that for well over a decade. So it's hard to discern what this is. It still feels very vague. In terms of, I'm going to ask one more question, and then I want to turn it over to my colleagues, and we can resume questioning. In terms of the, let me see. Hold on. Did Moya ensure that individuals who were previously served by Action NYC were not left without access to legal assistance during the transition of the programs?
We've talked to our providers. I'm gonna say that we worked with our providers to wind down and or provide continuous services to the individuals. This is part of when we discussed the extension of the one-year contracts for the former Action NYC providers, and it was sort of meant to, when we went back to them, we asked that the focus should be that. ensuring that individuals that they closed out cases, and that sort of was part of the intention of some of the additional funding.
And just to add to that, and I know this is incredibly confusing because this process, the procurement process is messy. Those providers continue to be part of our portfolio as we've been able to extend their contracts an additional year. We don't know what happens next in next fiscal year, but if we're able to maintain those contracts, those providers can continue to serve their particular communities. Now we have the Moya centers, the 25 that we've been discussing, but then we have other programs, as I share, the Rapid Response Legal Collaborative, that are meant to complement the work that we do, and they have a particular focus we can describe. So the universe of providers that we have are beyond the 25 that we've been discussing. I just want to make that clear, and we can provide that. And on our website, we have a list of all of our providers that our community can access, but we can provide all this information to you as well.
Thank you. So I'm gonna turn it over to my colleagues for questioning. Councilmember Brewer, would you like to? Oh, okay. Councilmember Hanif, would you like to?
Thank you, Chair Aviles, and thank you all for being here and your powerful testimony, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Like, what is happening? Is it a
Well,
fire drill?
I know. Yeah, sure.
Am I good to go? Okay, great. I would like to know, how is Moya measuring success with the number of cases opened, cases won, or people left waiting?
Yeah, so we conduct, as of right now, we've conducted quarterly one-on-ones with our legal service providers, but they also have monthly reporting requirements. Our team, our associate director, who's right behind me, Derek Gomez, and Julia Stone, who's our program manager, have been keeping a very, very close eye on those metrics, right? As part of those metrics, not only are we counting progress towards units of service in a quasi, so we'll just take up to 600 and break them down by the quarters, but give it also wanting to account for ramp up time and stuff like that. We understand that not everybody might be, at least for the first quarter or second quarter, exactly where they need to be. Some providers are far exceeding that, but we're working very closely with every single one of those providers to ensure that they're hitting those metrics.
So are you able to share what might be the number for people who are still waiting to be connected to a legal services provider?
You mean like a wait list?
Like a wait list.
I don't believe we have that, no.
We would have to go back to the 25 centers and get that for you, but
Okay.
we're happy to do that.
But you're basically saying the metrics exist because you're doing this quarterly review.
Exactly. We've been meeting with them. I feel like they're annoyed by us, but we've been very intentional about understanding what's working and what's not working, right? Because we launched this July in summer, and we've been meeting with them individually, but then also as a group to really get a sense of how things are working out. But we can try to circle back with that.
Yeah, and I could
circle
just, I'll add, just right now, target per quarter is 150 units of service. Most organizations are between 125 to 175.
Or, clients? What's units of service?
Units of service is the amount of points, I guess you could say, that are awarded towards a specific action that includes a screening plus a follow-up action.
Got it.
And then last thing I'll say is that as of the most recent reporting period, we've seen throughout the 25 legal support centers and also our one-year support centers a total of 3,500 screenings.
3,500 screenings. Okay. And then are you also tracking cases won? Like folks got through?
Yes, we are. So as part of our data collection process, we make note of changes in filings every month. That includes cases filed, cases open, cases accepted. cases rejected, cases denied. We don't have that in front of us probably just yet, but we'll be happy to get that to you.
And there's not a public report available, is there? Or is this internal?
Yeah, this is all internal for now. Yeah.
We'd love to see it. Which of the services are baseline currently? We can't hear you.
Sorry, I'm looking for it.
While my colleagues look for what's baseline and not baseline, I would, this is unusual, but I would advocate that all of our funding be baseline, because our community
Yes,
groups
we
need
aligned.
the long-standing support.
So I'll start. I'm looking through my chart here. But Rapid Response Legal Collaborative is baseline. I'm walking you through the programs. And the legal support centers as well.
And then that leaves out like IOI.
So
NYCC.
IOI is administered by the Department of Social Services, not Moya.
So Moya is currently only administering the rapid response.
It's actually several programs. One, legal support centers, and what we've been focused on today, the Rapid Response Legal Collaborative. We also have the immigrant rights workshops. We also have, this is under formerly via our English Learning and Support Centers. This is in reference to the We Speak classes that we have. And we also have HRI, the Haitian Response Initiative.
And those are those
HRI
baseline?
is as well. I missed that one.
And Council, thank you for those questions. I think that is at the heart of why this is all messy and complicated. I would, since I'm at it, I would also advocate that all immigrant or legal services programs be housed under Moya and have oversight so that we can clearly communicate to you what the metrics are and the outcomes of each of these programs, because they're all spread across different agencies, have different oversights. It's just really complicated. We do appreciate the partnership with the Speaker's office as we have conversations about how to get to this and be able to work closely with our providers. And that's why our providers feel like things are all over the place, because they are. And we want to fix that.
And I just have a couple more questions. With the challenges of federal asylum funding, what is the city's plan to sustain services if that money is unavailable or reduces? And then what would it cost, if you all have calculated this, to guarantee a right to counsel for everybody facing deportation or major immigration proceedings?
Yes. And we have great analysis that were developed by advocates, which I'm sure my colleagues will have. I would say the analysis is limited to those who have pending immigration court processes, but I have said in the past that the universe of those people who need support, legal services support, really includes all of the million-plus non-citizens who live in New York City. The reason why so many legal permanent residents have not become citizens is because they have barriers, either financial or just lack of legal access to become citizen. And that is amongst the most important thing that anyone can do at this point to have full protections. But I'll let my colleagues share more.
Yeah, and then as regarding the question to cost, there's data that shows that it would cost about $188.5 million to provide services to every immigrant New Yorker. As the commissioner mentioned, there's these two buckets that we're working with, right? We have folks who have an active case in immigration court, and then other immigrant New Yorkers who might not have a case in immigration court but still have immigrant needs. We can break down that figure further into $145 million for those to provide free legal counsel to New Yorkers in immigration court, and then $43.5 million for other immigration services. And I believe, I'm going to double check with the team here, but I believe this is a report from Viera.
Oh, great. And then what's the number right now? What's the total number?
We are currently, I believe, with the administration and city council funding, I believe across the city it's 120 million, if not a little more, maybe 123. I will say that despite this, and as we have this conversation, it's also important to recognize that there's still a capacity issue and across the city and across organizations in general, just in the field.
And then finally, what are you hearing from providers?
Well,
The
I think-
challenges.
I think while there has been historic investment, again, thanks to the city council, I think you'll hear from our providers say that one, year-to-year funding is really difficult to manage because, of course, nothing's guaranteed the following year. And so to be able to hire and build up and not know whether you'll have the funding available, it's a big challenge. Also, the availability of, frankly, legal staff, right? And maintaining compensation that's competitive, right? It is quite a challenge from providers, and I really do feel for them as someone who ran a nonprofit and understands these challenges, which is why I would advocate for these funds to be baseline.
We also heard, and I think you all heard the same thing, requests for filing fees because that change and the increase of that in need to support with additional funding.
I'll just add, sorry, last thing we heard, which I think everybody in this room will probably include in their testimony today, and something we've all said as well, is multi-year funding, right? It's really hard to do the work without knowing if a program is going to be available the next year or not, which again goes to Commissioner's point on the importance of all of these initiatives being baseline.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We hear that loud and clear, and certainly during the budget time, we were screaming it from the rooftops. Next, I'd like to turn it over to Councilmember Caban.
Is this thing on? Okay. This is weird. It all worked really well when we first got in here. I'm going to be super, super brief and then end up yielding my time because my wonderful colleagues have asked what I wanted to ask. I mean, I really wanted to know about the plans for continuity of funding so that providers can hire qualified staff full time year over year, and that was pretty much covered. But can you talk a little bit about how you also plan to make sure funding is flexible enough to allow providers to respond to rapidly changing needs?
This is why we created this units system and the idea here, and again, this goes back to the change of models and instead of having total number of people served, we created a system that Enrique mentioned regarding units of service that allows providers to really choose based on what are seeing day to day in regards to the types of cases that they want to take, as long as they meet the 600 units of service. As I mentioned before, again, we're brand new iteration of this. So we are taking feedback as well from providers if things are working, if they're not. That this is part of why we're meeting with them so frequently.
And in terms of how that feedback will work, right? If there are, with good intention, this is what's being put forth. But if providers are finding challenges with it and unable to use funding in the ways that are going to most immediately best support the folks that they are serving, so what's your process there to make sure, oh, well, we didn't account for this, it didn't really fall, is there going to be a retroactive adjust, something that allows that? I mean, they know what to do on any given day before any of us do. So I guess that's my follow-up.
I would say we stand at the ready to make any modifications to contracts. That does take time and that does delay things. Right now, our priority is to make sure that the contracts are registered so folks can get paid, organizations can get paid, but we are certainly in conversation with groups. Now, we do modify one contract, we have to modify all, so it takes a certain amount of work, but we understand the challenges that providers are facing, and we want to make sure that we're adaptable.
Yeah, I mean, that's why, obviously we're all up here advocating for just the broadest, lowest barrier access to just dollars as soon as possible, so that organizations can be as nimble as they need to be in like a really, really unpredictable environment at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember, before we move on, I want to say this, and I can only speak on behalf of myself, not the administration, but I fully support your resolution standing firm against the anti-immigrant actions by the federal government. Thank you, Councilmember, for doing that, and I encourage all New Yorkers to do the same. Thank you.
Councilmember Joseph.
Thank you, Chair. And Commissioner, always great to see you. My line of questioning will always be will be around young people. As we're seeing, they're entering 26 Federal Plaza from the youngest to 16 in custody now. Dylan, Mukhtar. How are you working with New York City Public Schools? I know we just allocated funding for Project Open Arms to make sure that young people have representation when they go to court. Can you walk us and let us know how that's?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'll let my colleagues talk more about the specifics, but I've enjoyed a really close relationship with the current chancellor. She led a lot of the work prior to her role as chancellor in welcoming and embracing asylum seekers, children. She knows my background, my story as one of those children, and I've shared my story with children and families often with her. We've recently entered into a partnership to make sure that we're able to rapidly respond to any family who either has a family member or child who's been detained or who is at imminent risk of being detained. And the Project Open Arms has been an incredible ally. And I thank the council for matching those funds and adding funds so that Project Open Arms can hire additional staff. I can't say enough about the important work that we can do with our immigrant families in the school building with our principals and parent coordinators. I often say this, I would not be here today without the caring support of my teachers and my school communities. So.
Thank you for the question, because I think this is one of the things, at least I'm very proud of. We have been working with Project Open Arms, and I would say that I probably speak to them at the minimum of 3 times a week. What we did was establish a direct link to our existing rapid response legal collaborative. The way that it works is as follows. The chancellor has given a directive to all principals, to all principals to elevate cases of deportation and or family members who have been detained to be elevated to Project Open Arms. At that point, Project Open Arms works directly with the Rapid Response Legal Collaborative to triage those cases. And so that's, I think, and again, like, so thankful to the council for the addition. I think it's 2.2.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you very much for the 2.2. And we worked closely with the council because we shared that with them even before it launched. And we said, part of what we're doing with the RLC is establishing this. And if interested, let's all bring it together. So thank the council, and also there's pending conversations to be had with Project Open Arms to extend those touch points. So one, it would be, and just to sort of walk you through the work that's actually happening, it's representation, and there's also KYR work that's going to be done with 3 different groups. 1, parents, 2, staff, and 3 young people from the ages 16 to 2021, which is the target population. And if you would allow me, I want to have Enrique talk a little bit of some of the SIDGE work that we're doing as well.
Yep. And
Sure.
just to, oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Just to add to what Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner said, and specifically in relation to students, the city has filed, at this point that I know of, at least 3 amicus briefs in support. So that's one thing. And then related to SIJ, I think there might be other questions here. But we started tracking the issue at the beginning of the year when providers across the city learned that they wouldn't be getting, or learned that there might be an interruption in the funding that they get to represent unaccompanied children. that
And
was
again, the council stepped up and
again,
funded that.
yes, and thank you so much for that. We saw other changes, right? The refusal to give youth deferred action, changes to sponsorship requirements, and so we started to engage to really get a number on what the need was going to be across New York City, and given y'all's investment and the city's investment in these legal services, we've been able to work very closely with iCare, who was at first coordinating amongst their members, but has now expanded their coordination works to ensure that we're being, trying to avoid duplicity as best we can. And so now there will be a centralized conduit, basically, in the city where any immigrant youth needing
Sound like an
services.
emergency buzzer, right?
We'll be able to get services.
One of the things that we noticed and was brought to my attention as the education chair, young accompanied minors were also receiving text messages to self-deport, and they would be paid $2,500 to do so. What advice are you giving these young people when they receive these type of messages?
Yeah, so I believe you're referencing what we saw was coined Operation Freaky Friday.
Correct.
The first thing we did was engage with legal service providers to see what was happening in practice, and to see if anybody had received one of these letters or text messages or anything like that. Guidance that our hotline is currently giving includes basically call the hotline if you receive anything and you don't know what it is, and remember that you have the right to speak to an attorney before signing anything. Based on our conversations, the instances were very limited, and the government has pulled away from some of those tactics. But the option for that incentive still exists, and we're continuing to engage with those providers who serve the OR shelters to monitor any trends and see if
And
we
our
need to respond.
unaccompanied minors that are in the foster care system, how are you advising them also legally?
So we don't have access to those kids, but we do have access to the legal service providers
Okay.
who serve those shelters. A lot of them are part of the iCare coalition, so we try to maintain close communication with them.
And if I can add two more things, we have been in touch with DYCD as well. And then we were also immediately in touch with the Department of Education, and one of our colleagues presented at a Open Arms District leadership meeting to sort of share this information as well.
With families and parents, so they know that this is aware, that this is the services.
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
And Council Member, if I may, before we move on, we recently entered into a partnership with On Local. Again, shout out to all the providers and advocates here to launch a Dreamer Center to provide services to dreamers still enrolled in our public schools and who are now graduating without access to any legal status. And of course, to provide legal services. This is year-to-year funding. Again, I would advocate, as you probably hear from them, to continue this work. And it's something that I'm incredibly proud of, as I shared before, as someone who experienced that and know how difficult that is. And also, we're launching a graphic novel based on our Know Your Rights material. This is in partnership with Project Open Arms, and we want to get this into the hands of as many children and family as possible. Thank you so much.
Whoops, Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. First of all, just congratulations to you, Department of Education, and everybody else. Language. So you have language centers. I went the other day to I guess it was New York Immigration Coalition doing that cooperative. So, and it seemed to make sense. I have people living with me who speak Fulani, so I'm getting better at the Fulani. But there's a lot of language. So how is that working? Do we have enough language support now, or is it always challenging?
Absolutely, and thank you, Council Member, for stopping by. I actually was part of this work over 10 years ago with the New York Immigration Coalition when I was there, and it's great to see that come to fruition. We have at Moya hired linguists and staff who are subject matter experts of these specific language communities. We focused on the top 10 because that's our legal mandate. However, we need to go above and beyond that and have available staff and partners like the NYC and the Interpreter Bank and cooperatives to be able to reach as many people as possible. Language, as I've expressed in previous hearings, we believe is a civil right, but it's also a lifeline. If people cannot get the information that they need in a timely fashion, it can result in ripple effects. And I would say we need more.
Yeah, I agree. Some of these young people speak 5 languages. That's my experience. So it's something that they could be used for from coming from Africa. The other question is all the great work, but then when what's going on at 26 Federal Plaza is abhorrent, as we all know. So my question is, I guess, is it your office that's in charge or who just trying to keep up with the hell that's going on there? And then how do we respond to it? It's almost like, silly putty. It's so horrific. You can't do, you know better than I, but you can't do virtual hearings with most of these damn judges. You can't do anything that would make sense to keep people safe. So I just didn't know who keeps track of hell and then who does something about it. I don't even know if it can. I just was trying to figure out what's the process. If there is one. You're doing everything you can, but then this extra layer is unmentionable.
Thank you, Councilmember. Accompanying families, individuals to their immigration court hearings amongst the most important and also sensitive work that can be happening. It's also important to protect those organizations and of course support them because it's courageous work. It's not easy. It's, as you described, Council Member, we provide support and funding to organizations that are on the ground at 26 Federal Plaza and elsewhere. When I accompany or meet with families prior to their court hearings is to give them encouragement, but I do want to protect their identity and information and also the providers because they're under quite a lot of pressure. And so I would just say that it's difficult because, as you know, a lot of what happens there is difficult to ascertain, but it's heartbreaking when people don't come out. And
Are there I should know this, but are there court challenges either by Nycc or other nonprofit organizations or even some of the big firms to what is going on, or is it just pointless to even try to address it?
Yeah, there have been lawsuits done by some providers. I'm forgetting the names of the providers, but there have been based on what's happening right now. I will also say that the mayor also, there's so many issues at 26 Federal Plaza. You're focusing right now at legal services, but there's also been very publicly reported of conditions in which people have been put in.
Correct.
And there I can say that the mayor has sent a official letter asking for the inspection of the facilities that I know other elected officials have called for it as well.
Okay. My other question is just, are any of the big firms helping with this, or is mostly relying on city efforts? Just out of curiosity.
We would have to defer to the law department there because there are litigation matters that we're just not privy to given the sensitivity of them. So we wouldn't be able to answer that.
Okay.
Just
thank you.
to, Council Member, just to answer your question on court challenges, African Communities Together and the DOOR did file a lawsuit against the practice of detaining people.
Particularly that
in courts.
16-year-old, yeah.
And we did file an amicus in support. So just wanted to state that.
All right,
Thank you. I'm a little confused because in our prior hearing, your chief of staff stated that Moya's policy was to stay away from 26 Federal Plaza. And right now you're suggesting that that is not the case, or am I not understanding?
Yes, we're not actively sending staff into 26 Federal Plaza. We work with our contractors who are on the ground. As you know, we have limited capacity to be able to do that ourselves as a staff. I certainly stop by. I don't, again, as I said before, I don't engage or do so to bring attention to the situation. It's mostly to provide support and comfort to any family who may need prior
I-
to entering.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Can I ask why Moya would not set up a table outside to provide information to people? And additionally, does your support, did you add additional support to the nonprofit providers? Because this work of accompaniment is above and beyond their already contracted services. Did Moya provide additional support for this work?
Go ahead. Well, we do this work, and I'll let Enrique talk more about it. We do through our Rapid Response Legal Collaborative, which support has grown.
That's
We can-
post-detainment, though. We're talking about people walking in, right, and not knowing their rights. We're talking about people who don't have access to attorneys, right?
Correct. Yeah. During the renewal of our 1 year contracts, we sat down with our providers to talk a little bit more about their deliverables and visit them closely. And several of those do include accompaniment and that type of work to allow for some of the flexibility needed to meet the moment.
So accompaniment is stipulated as
As
work in the
accompaniment-
in the RFX, in the contract.
in their deliverables. And this is the 1 year, so the 1 year renewals that we were able to continue.
Okay, so those are the 4.4 million additional. The six, the other money doesn't include accompaniment. I'm
So
sorry,
let me,
maybe I'm getting
let me go
confused
back,
here,
'cause,
this is new information.
And Chair, while they look for information, I am not opposed at increasing our presence there. We've had to triage, and of course, for us, it's better for people to get to people prior to their visits, so that we can hopefully provide them with some sort of legal assistance or someone that can accompany them. And so we focus mostly, again, out in the neighborhoods and where we can connect people to providers. But again, I am not opposed. It's I don't know exactly what was said.
It's more
Yeah.
actually more curiosity
yeah.
around deployment of resources
Yeah.
when you see the growing horror show
Absolutely.
that is 26 Federal Plaza and the emotional toll that it certainly takes on the providers and everyone involved. And just watching hordes of people walk into that building, thankfully for New Yorkers who are there, who've created their own pieces of information, right, to give to people and who are doing it in language accessible ways, that our city government hasn't figured out that this is a place we should also be.
Yes.
Just to offer clarity on the contracts, Chair, and I mentioned this at the beginning, but just acknowledging that I would have been super confusing, but there's a one bucket of contract. This is all under the umbrella of our legal support centers. Via our RFX, there's 3-year contracts for 25 legal support centers, including our legal technical mentor, as I mentioned. What Enrique is talking about is 13 providers, which includes funding from council, that we were able to, who were former Action NYC providers, who have a 1-year contract. When we were negotiating and speaking to them about what made sense regarding the deliverables at that point, we said if accompaniment is something you want to do, we're open to it, and we could change deliverables as needed so you could fit that need.
Great.
But again, to those who want to do that, right?
Do you know how many providers are doing accompaniment?
I mean, the one that comes to mind right now is Nycc.
Yeah.
Because that was part of the 1-year extension, and because we knew that with their work with the Rapid Response Collaborative, we knew that they had the expertise to do that.
So that is 100% true. I have seen Nycc there every single time I've been there. But I've seen also a lot of other organizations. So potentially this is just all unfunded New Yorkers and CBOs.
And we can go back to them too, because I know that for sure Nycc comes to mind because that was one that I'm 100% accurate, and we can come back to some of the others of the 13 as well, the 25.
So what is Moya's, actually, I'd like to recognize, we've been joined by Council Member Shekhar Krishnan. What is Moya's protocol for responding when asylum seekers in city shelters or city care are detained by federal authorities or face imminent risk of deportation?
Can you repeat that, Chair? I'm sorry. I was looking
Yeah.
at something else.
What is Moya's protocol for responding when individuals in city shelters or city care are detained by federal authorities or face imminent deportation?
Okay, so if we are informed, that's because it's massive, right? Like there's different agencies are involved. When we are made aware, we make every effort to connect them to our legal service providers. It's the same thing as the Department of Social Services, and I don't want to speak to them because I don't know the ins and outs, but I know that we do coordinate in regards to just services and to triage to ensure that individuals have access to services.
So in the case where we still have giant facilities with vulnerable individuals in them, and we just had this circumstance outside the Row Hotel. Thousands of people are in there who are vulnerable. What is the administration's plan to address the fact that ICE will camp out in front of these facilities?
Well, like I said earlier, Chair, the Department of Social Services manages their own contracts to provide legal services to individuals, immigration legal services. And so they have their own internal protocols. I would say that any immigration enforcement actions outside of facilities like shelters is incredibly dangerous because, of course, people who are coming to use those services will have second thoughts about going to access those services. So we have and today denounced those actions as well. Again, we don't want people to be afraid to coming forward to their court visits, to access shelter, to go to schools as a result. Again, as I said earlier, it gets complicated with our provision of legal services because different agencies manage
Sure.
portfolios. Yeah.
So, Commissioner, thank you for denouncing so much today. I deeply
you.
appreciate it. So for DSS, right, that contract is not, obviously not yours to manage. The facility is not yours to manage. But what I'm asking more specifically is, how is Moya pushing DSS? We've already seen it happen where ICE agents are standing outside of our shelter facility and potentially taking folks from the facility and others who are just in the vicinity. What is Moya doing, or what is Moya pushing DSS to do to ensure, to the extent possible, that there are additional protocols that should be sought after? There are different actions. Like how is Moya responding to this reality, this condition that will continue?
Yes, we've held a number of conversations with advocates who've expressed the same thing, and DSS and other providers are asking their staff to be mindful of their protocols that are and should be in place in the event that there's an incident at the shelter or outside the shelter.
Okay. I'm not sure I totally understood your answer,
Yeah.
to be honest, but I think we can move on. I think the point, we would love to see what the protocols are, because it doesn't seem like there are any, and we fear that this will continue to augment. In terms of, let's see, hold on. So is Moya notified when a client or a shelter resident is detained by federal authorities? during a court appearance? And how quickly is that information relayed to their attorney or legal provider?
The answer is no.
Okay. It was like uniform, no.
But we do, if I think we are all living in the same space where we are watching the news, speaking to providers, and watching some of the changes that are happening in the federal landscape. If we learn of anything, we'll check in just to ensure. But again, like I can't speak for DSS who isn't here, but we've had again, like coordination calls and figuring out if folks need additional services.
So we know with the NYFIP program, right, that is trying to ensure legal representation post-attainment. And we know the complexity that is inserted when people are shifted, moved to Louisiana. Do the contracts continue to allow for this ongoing reality that people are expeditedly removed on purpose?
I can't speak about Knife Help because we don't administer it. However, I will say that via our programs, we've talked to at least the Rapid Response Collaborative, but the work is just expansive, right? What we do is via the Cities for Action program that we also house at Moya, which is a network of 200 cities from across the country that are pro-immigrant. We have talked to fellow cities where some of these, where we know that people are being taken to identify additional touch points and or legal service support for them.
I'll just say in general, there are additional complicating factors to interstate representation, right? If somebody's removed to Texas or Louisiana or transferred, the attorney representing in New York may or may not have the licenses required to practice. Even though immigration is federal and that can be practiced across the country, there might be other processes that require that attorney to have a license in that jurisdiction. And so there are other complicating factors that we won't necessarily be able to solve for per se.
Is there any particular plan, given that we know where these facilities, like the ones that are used most often, Texas, Louisiana, and southern states, to start to address that? I think Lorena started mentioning a potential model, but like,
I think the key with what's happening is communication and coordination. So again, like what we have done is as cases come up, we have shared information from other legal service providers, but a formal conversation has not yet happened, Chair. However, due to the patterns, we want to make sure that at least at the very minimum, there are a list of pro bono services, which, as you know, again, unfortunately, but are not the same as at the level of New York. So to add to the jurisdictional challenges, there's funding challenges and other challenges.
so what happens to a case as soon as someone gets moved to an out-of-state facility?
Well, I think it depends. And I'm hearing Enrique go, so if you want to jump in. No, go ahead. 'Cause, yeah.
Yeah, I think it depends on the contract. I think it depends on the issue at hand.
Sure.
Can't give a blanket answer.
Fair point. So does Moya have any plans, given federal enforcement actions? And I think we're probably over 5,000 people that have been detained at 26 Federal Plaza at this point. Do you have any plans at all to address this issue within your capacity in a more forward way than depending on the providers who are maxed out?
Yeah, it really depends on the available resources we have to add additional staff to be able to do this work. Our focus has been, in my colleagues here can share more, it's been on making sure that the providers have support in us registering their contracts so that they can get paid and then they can fully staff. And that's a big challenge, of course. I think we've done everything to speed up the process, and I think we're at in a good place. And again, I'm open to doing more on the ground, but again, we need more staff and resources to be able to do that.
And I will say that we have a focus on just building and adding on to infrastructure. So I spoke a little bit about the Department of Education, because part of the issue is also, well, I think now it's the information that's out, but how do we get to people at the right moment? So because of that, we've created this work with the Department of Education. We have also, and I know you haven't asked about this yet, but the funding and some of the changes that we've done with the legal support hotline as well, just to increase access points for individuals who are calling about some of these issues. Preparing our hotline counselors very intentionally. I don't know if Liz or Margaret are here from Catholic Charities, because I'm also calling them probably like every other day, but just to build the infrastructure for hotline counselors to be at the ready if calls are received regarding some of these issues. So I would identify those two as some of the work that we've been building in regards to infrastructure.
So how is Moya coordinating with legal service providers to ensure rapid deployment of legal counsel to individuals who are detained during enforcement operations like we just saw?
Well, we just met with our legal service centers just last Friday, just to walk through scenarios, but also detention and deportation frameworks of support and work and things that have to be done. So I would say that we've met with them. This is where we're leveraging the Legal Technical Mentor Program, IARC, to support us with some of this work, because we face challenges, right? Challenge number one is what you started with. It's just not all of the providers have this niche expertise. So building that support system and trainings, which we have done, to give them that ability. To capacity will always be an issue, and working through again via our LTM. And I am definitely getting ahead of myself here, but figuring out a way to map out. And Enrique was talking a little bit about this, and this is why we're meeting with them. Map out capacity and specificity of any specialized work that they will be doing. And that's some of the work that's ongoing right now. I will say that we also leverage and work with a rapid response collaborative to see what other support we can provide. I know that council has been very gracious in funding them additionally, but also in providing additional funding for NYFP as well.
I definitely appreciate that. I think I'm a little confused about, I think it's fair to say that this context is incredibly difficult for everyone involved, certainly. But I think I'm really struggling with the mapping out capacity in real time when we've already expended all the resources and made all those decisions, like not having a sense of what the capacity actually is. So maybe I'm missing something in that
I
statement.
would say that I hope we have a meeting of the minds here, but what I'm specifically at the core of what I'm referring to is our legal support centers, which some providers are new, and not to sort of be dismissive of what you're saying, that providers overlap, but that's part of what I'm trying to get at, that we are trying to get a better sense of some of the new providers that are coming in, but also meet these new providers, some of whom have restructured the way that they're providing services as well, and or what they want to do, and that's what I mean by that.
Got it. Okay, I think we have more to discuss, but don't need to do it. I agree. I think clearly there's a lot of new providers and there's a changing context, and there are more expert providers also on deck with new needs, which is part of the challenge of having a whole new program at a whole new time that wasn't actually, only gave them $5,000 more in their contracts. So let's see, does Moya coordinate with detention facilities, federal agencies, or legal service providers to facilitate attorney-client communication? And if so, is there an established process Moya can point to?
So we don't coordinate with federal agencies on enforcement or the detention centers. And that
Not on enforcement.
oh sorry.
We absolutely do not
Right.
do that. On facilitating attorney-client communication, like making sure that they're people.
no.
How is Moya addressing reports that detained individuals often just lose contact with their legal representative for days and weeks after being detained, or while in court or legal appointments?
Repeat the question. Sorry.
How are you addressing the reports that individuals are losing contact with their legal representatives?
So I think as we've mentioned, really, we work with our contracted providers to see what support we can provide and if anything is elevated to us. Outside of that, though, if it's not made known to us directly, we wouldn't really be privy to that information. But where it is known to us or where we hear of an instance, we'll reach out. One example I could say, most recently in the New York Times, we heard of a youth who was put into detention, who was under 18. After their mom had self-removed, we immediately reached out to Flores Council, who is in charge of overseeing compliance with the Flores Settlement Agreement in ORR shelters to provide any support. And then they then connected us with other providers so that we could continue that conversation.
Got it. And how is Moya ensuring continuity of legal representation and case management when someone is detained and transferred to a facility outside of New York City?
Again, that's a very, very tricky one. We engage closely with our providers to see if there is some support we can provide. But given the interstate challenges, it's not always a straightforward or necessarily fruitful conversation that gets to a desired result.
Is case management, so I legal representation is one, and I hear the jurisdictional challenges with that aspect, but the case management aspect, is any part of it also directed to family members of impacted individuals? And is there any continuity there and or support?
This is part of the work that, well, the answer to your question, part to the answer to your question is yes, especially with the work that we're doing with the Department of Education and those cases that we learn. Because of course, if one parent is picked up, then we hear of the other parent who might be picked up, and that's sort of part of the work that we're doing again with the DOE. But that's very specific. I think with some of the rest of the cases, to Enrique's point, and like if we hear about them, we'll try to triage again to leverage some of the legal service support centers if we can. But I can say that with the Department of Education, it's very sort of specific, and we try to get to the whole family if we can.
So in terms of the provider, first of all, I mean, the partnership with the Department of Education, Project Open Arms, I think that's exactly what we should be doing, is overlaying and integrating services. So, obviously, thank you for your partnership on that. It's super important. But we have everybody else, right? You have 25 centers, and people are often connected to families. It's very rare for them to be just floating individuals, although there are a bunch. So does any part of the case service management, does that continue? Is there a continuum of support or encouragement, and how are providers encouraged to do that?
Yeah, so as part of the RFP process, the ability to provide case management and additional services was one of the things that the committee considered, where applicants for the RFP laid out their network and their access to additional supports beyond legal services. And it is expected through the RFP that folks are provided that case management. or at least at minimum a referral to that case management where it's not available. I'm not particularly privy to a lot of that stuff, right? Given the RFP process, we can't really discuss a lot of that, but I think that's what you're trying to get at.
And maybe the funding is elsewhere, but in terms of the 250 for the legal support centers, that is strictly legal service provision. That's not case management unless that's incorrect.
It's legal service provision and community navigators, navigation, which it could be case management.
So break down for me how $250,000 works with an attorney and, I'm sorry, I'm just having,
You're good.
you just blew my mind because it's even more diluted than I thought.
So there are legal service requirements. There are not case management requirements, even though it was a consideration for the RFP, if that makes sense.
So there were not case service management requirements.
No, but there is an expectation written into
Expectation.
the scope of work. Yes.
Okay. An unfunded expectation. Okay. Okay. I understand. How does Moya currently support or plan to support families and individuals impacted by detention or released from detention? And how is Moya's non-detained removal support plans look like, if those exist?
Well, again, I think that, and just sort of acknowledging that this is sort of very specific, but again, working closely with the DOE to see if there are other services and or other family members who might need support. And again, like if we are made aware of a case, then we'll pivot and sort of figure out if there's additional services that a family might need. So for example, if there have been issues where families have asked to be connected to counselor service, general consulates, for example, and we'll leverage those relationships to connect folks. And if there's other city services, we'll do that as well. But that's if we're sort of made aware of some of that. Yeah.
So in the context of, I think we're aware of, and it's probably more, there's obviously 3 high school students that were detained at their hearings. And I'm sure many, many more students whose parents were impacted that we don't know. Do you have a sense of how many students are directly impacted that we are aware of?
I don't have that number, but I can get it from the work that we're doing with the Department of Education. I just don't have it in front of me, Chair.
No.
We do.
Oh. I just don't remember the page.
While we get that, I will just say that we will only have the number for the ones that are made known to us through that project. Everything else, because those youth are in ORR care, and that information is kept very much solely to the people who have access to represent those kids. We wouldn't, I believe, and I'm not finding it just yet, but I believe is something like 14 that we've been made aware of. But I will double check.
Okay. You can report it when you find it later. What is Moya's relationship with the mayor's office to facilitate pro bono legal assistance?
We had a call with committee council, I think last week. So I'm just going to repeat some of the top lines that were shared during that call. Their office, as you know, is relatively new. So we have been working with them just to coordinate, because the way that it's being built, and again, I'm going to limit it because it's the executive director, Nycc, is not here, but additional services that might be needed. They're not solely focused on immigration. So it was shared that part of the work is leveraging the pro bono community here in New York to do things, for example, like housing and other issues that might not be already covered by contractors in the city of New York. So we have met with the executive director to sort of also walk through some of the gaps that we see in services. But that's the extent of some of the communication that we've had with them. With the office.
So one phone call to understand what's
No,
happening?
it's been several.
Okay. And has Moya shared feedback and advice around what the need is?
Yes,
And
I know the next question.
go for it.
Yes, I mean, we know that there are consequences after one individual is picked up for a family, which means that rent will be due and services for legal services will be needed. Children will not be picked up, support in figuring out family planning, just to sort of name utilities will not be paid. So things that really sort of funding and sort of additional services that come with one person being picked up, which is an array of issues and services.
For
Basically.
sure. And I guess since we're here, we did invite the executive director to attend this hearing, and it would have been fitting, but of course they're not here. And I know you cannot respond for that office, which is a continued challenge, but I'm going to read some of the questions on the record. And we are requesting that they respond in very timely fashion. So for those of the public who are not aware, in July of 2025, the mayor's office to facilitate pro bono legal assistance was announced in tandem with a new investment for legal services for immigrant communities. This office will connect New Yorkers with free legal services, including immigration legal assistance. The website appears to be active and to just function as a repository of legal providers where individuals can seek legal assistance by filling out some kind of referral form. The questions for this office, and if certainly you can respond to any of them, I'd be delighted. We'd like to know what the core mission of this office is and how it differs from your immigration legal support centers or the DYCD funded legal contracts. No.
All right, Chair, no.
Okay. We'd like to know how it plans to integrate with the existing legal service providers. We'd like to know what is the fiscal 26 budget for this office and what portion of that funding supports staffing versus direct services, particularly when Moya needs more staffing. How many staff currently work in the office and what are their primary functions? We'd like to know how this office coordinates with Moya, DYCD, and DSS to avoid duplication of efforts and ensure consistent quality across programs. We'd like to know how many private law firms, bar associations, or individuals and attorneys have committed to providing pro bono legal assistance through this office, and how it plans to collaborate with existing legal service organizations. We'd like to know what the process is in place to recruit, train, and vet pro bono attorneys to ensure that they are competent in complex immigration matters like asylum, SIJ, and removal defense. We'd love to know what an estimated number of asylum seekers or immigrants who have received pro bono legal assistance through these partnerships in fiscal 26. And certainly we'd love to know how this office plans to assess the impact of its services on the legal outcomes of immigrant clients. And so we'll put those in the record for that office to respond. Thank you for sitting with me through those questions. I'm gonna actually just take a step back. I realize we jumped into a line of questioning and skipped over a couple other things. I think, Enrique, you mentioned some of the deliverables in the contracts for the Legal Service Center. Units of service, and then I think you mentioned some other things, but can you just walk me through, like, what are the deliverables that you are looking towards specifically?
Definitely. So each legal support center is expected to complete 600 units of service. 500 of those, a minimum of 500, have to be achieved by what we call required activities. Those are either a comprehensive immigration legal screening plus a follow-up action. So that could be full rep or pro se rep in a straightforward or complex case. So that's 4 different types. A referral to IOI, or just brief advice and counsel where in the event that somebody doesn't qualify for something or anything like that. The elective activities, each legal support center can choose to reach their 600 by completing certain activities that they'll be awarded points for. So that could be an attorney consultation day, a half-day Know Your Rights or informational presentation held at their support center, or held in partnership with a hospital, library, school, or faith-based institution, as well as a self-help immigration workshop, legal clinics, or in the interest of building capacity, they can also get elective service units if they train a certain amount of volunteers and get them accredited by the DOJ.
Got it.
And we can provide the breakdown to you.
Yeah, that'd be great. And then you mentioned there's monthly check-ins. How many staff are reviewing, I guess, those monthly reporting structures, and how are you able to keep abreast of assessing?
Yeah. I just want to clarify real quick the different, just the check-in and the data, right?
Okay, fair
Just
point.
because
Yeah.
the team is conducting quarterly, like one-on-one check-ins, which are very time-intensive. But the monthly data is analyzed by 3 people on our team, 4 sometimes. So it'll be our associate director, the program manager, our data specialist, and then just kind of as general office achievements, our chief of staff will take a look at those too. But on the compliance side, it's usually 2 folks on our team.
Do you think that is sufficient?
I would say that we always benefit from additional staff.
Good answer. In terms of payouts, how consistent have the payouts been, and have contracted services been regularly paid on time?
We do not have any information on that just yet because the contracts have not been, well, most contracts have not been registered. I believe as of the last time we checked, 4 of the 25 were registered. But we are working very, very closely with the DSS contracts team, MOX, everybody involved, to get those registered as soon as possible.
Do you know what's the delay for that registration?
It varies. Some of it is, not issues, but inconsistencies in a certain address within X document. It really just varies across the providers. I think a good amount of them, though, are in the last stage awaiting comptroller registration.
And I know we've kind of talked about this in terms of even the playing field, but given the diverse needs of the communities across the 5 boroughs, how is Moya ensuring equitable distribution of resources and services to certainly areas with the highest demands?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, how is Moya ensuring equitable distribution of resources, given we know we have areas of the city that have the highest demands?
Yeah, so we're maintaining a very close communication with our providers to identify their needs. Again, within the in the context of the additional funds you all gave us, we reached out to see what those needs are or were. I'll also say that for every individual, for every provider who is experiencing any issues or delays in the registration of their contract, we make ourselves available and call them directly and connect them directly with our contacts at DSS to get the process moving as forward as possible.
I'm going to add 2 things. I know that part 1 of your question is contracts, and then part 2 of your question is district community specific, I think. For the part 1, just to add to what Enrique laid out, out of the 25 contracts, this is again the legal support centers, 19 are pending controller approval. So they're with the controller right now. And then 2 are pending registration package completion, which is the back and forth that we're having with some of the contractors for missing information. And then 4, as Enrique mentioned, have been registered. And then regarding the districts, I don't have it in front of me, but I know that to what Enrique mentioned with the RFX, when it was built out, the intention was to provide providers that were in immigrant dense neighborhoods using data, right, to sort of to figure that part out, to ensure that there were services in, to the point that you're making, in areas where there are higher concentrations of immigrant workers.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification around the status of the contracts. Obviously, it's a pain point for everybody, particularly given the volume of work that is happening.
I will say that we have been, again, I know I keep saying this, but we're taking this so serious in regards to our awareness that people, that we need them registered in order for folks to get paid. So it has been a top priority for us to move that as quickly as possible. And I think we're getting there, so.
What are the mechanisms in place for clients to provide feedback to the new model?
I mean, now we will take it back because I think the point that you're really highlighting here is, of course, we will hear from, well, there's actually, we hear from mostly our hotline operators if there's an issue with the, just even accessing services for one of our legal service centers. And most of this might be due to just hours of operation, for example. And then we do hear and we do meet Commissioner Castro has really dedicated his time to speaking with community members extensively. So there have been moments where, you know, we'll hear back from them there. But an intentional mechanism like a survey or something like that has not been developed yet. That we have as of now. So I would say some of our legal service providers and then part of some of the outreach that's done via commissioners' events, but also like other Moya staff.
And I'll add that our outreach team always elevates our constituency service team will elevate any, whether they get a call or whether they see something on the field, they'll also elevate that to us directly, and we'll step in where we can, reach out to the legal service provider, and try to provide some type of follow-up.
And what are what instructions are provided on the Moya legal support hotline if someone says that they or a loved one have been detained?
So let me, if I can take a step back, Chair, and just walk you through what actually happens when you call a hotline. And then, but yeah, I can skip to that answer too. The first thing that happens when somebody calls our hotline is that similar to 311, there's somebody answers and there's 3 languages, but we're also looking to expand. And the voicemail or the interactive voice response system says that the call is confidential and then gives the caller the option to select a preferred language. From that moment, the second step is that there is a scripted intake that we've worked with the counselors and to develop. And then step 3 is sort of when the screening happens. If somebody has called and identifies that they have been in or needs services, they would be directed to either primarily to the RLC, and our intake specialist will fill out forms. We've implemented another system in which we have asked to be made aware such cases are being flagged so we can elevate. And we've taken it a step further where we've brought in the Rapid Response Legal Collaborative to meet with hotline counselors to ensure that, again, like back to the meeting of the minds, like what's missing, what has to change, how can we make this coordination better? And that's part of the work that we're doing. with some of the additional funding that Moya has put in via sort of like this, our work towards, just responding in a rapid way. There's also a hotline counselor that's going to be exclusively dedicated to some of this work. We learned through our engagement, primarily with Catholic Charities, that they also run a deportation-related hotline for ONA, which also sort of they manage.
My mic is on. Thank you. Thank you for that response. So I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Botcher, but I'm also going to turn over the presiding of the hearing to Councilmember Brewer for a bit, and I hopefully will be back soon enough. So Councilmember Botcher.
Thank you, Chair Aviles, and thank you to all the members of the committee and to the administration for being here today. Can you confirm whether the Adams administration or anyone in the Adams administration had any advance knowledge of the federal enforcement operation on Canal Street, specifically the one executed by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement and partner agencies? And if so, what was the timing and nature of those briefings?
Thank you, Council Member. I cannot speak on behalf of the entire administration, but I will tell you that, like many others, we heard the rumors. We hear rumors about possible enforcement actions that don't come to fruition. In this case, they did. Moya, upon learning of these rumors, we prepared to send out information to community members, get in touch with anyone who may have been impacted. In this case, we reached out to the street vendor projects and other advocate groups that were involved in responding. We sent out a mass mailing with our immigration legal hotline to make sure that any family impacted can have a place to reach and report that their family member may have gone missing and needs support. But again, in the environment that we're in, it is always uncertain whether a rumor or information that is being spread is true or not. We also received information, for instance, Friday of last week that did not pan out. And for us, it's important to say to the community that we have to manage this information carefully. We don't want to cause any panic, but we certainly have to be prepared for any type of enforcement. But again, I can only speak on behalf of Moya. I'd have to defer to City Hall and other agencies,
Had your agency, Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs, had you heard any rumors about Canal Street in particular?
Yes, that's what I said. We had heard rumors, and again, we immediately prepared to send out information and reach out to any impacted individual.
But you can't speak for others in the Adams administration whether or not the NYPD was given any heads up or anyone else in the admin.
No, we'd have to defer.
Thank
to
you.
them, of course.
Thank you.
All set? Are you done, council member? Okay. Just a few questions and then you're done. One of them is the Salem Application Help Center, which we all visited. Do we know how many completed applications there were at the time of the closure? And those who were not completed, how did they get asylum applications referred and completed, if at all?
We don't have that information. We would have to defer to OASA, but we can circle back.
Okay, that would be helpful. People ask all the time. I know this is probably pie in the sky, but do you have any plans, God help us, if the National Guard troops are federalized in New York City? Commissioner or somebody?
So a lot of these conversations happen, as a director of programs and policy, I probably don't have a lot of insight into them, but I also a lot of those conversations happen in settings where privilege is invoked, and we wouldn't be able to share a lot in a public forum like this one. So I'll just leave it there.
Conversations taking place, that's good, okay.
But we'll also say that, we've been, as a city, very clear that the National Guard is not needed in the city of New York. We condemn those actions and even trying to bring tax in here. And, you know, I think just to add to what Enrique mentioned, there have been multiple scenarios that we've been working through since 2024 in regards to what could happen. But toward Enrique's point, there's a bit of a limit of what we can say.
Chicago story of that person's house and the workers was about as horrible as it gets. So I would assume then that the agencies that you're working with regarding this topic internally, that you have priorities and you are meeting, but understandably not to be discussed in public. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right, you're done. Thank you very much. And we're going to call the panel. Next. Thank you very much and for all your work.
Thank you so much, Council Member.
Okay. I now open the hearing for public testimony. I remind members of the public that this is a government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. Members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the table. Members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. And I want to thank the Sergeant for putting the heat on. It's freezing in here. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. I think many of you have done that. When you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes to speak on today's oversight hearing, which is, as you know, legal services for immigrant New Yorkers, or on Resolution 1014. If you need a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, provide a copy to the Sergeant at Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of the close of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. For in-person, please come up to the table once your name has been called, and we will soon call the witnesses. Rosa Cohen Cruz, come on up. Christine Clark, please come up. Sean Bloomberg, please join us. And Deborah Lee. This is all. This is yours. That's yours back. And whomever would like to start, go right ahead.
Good morning. My name is Rosa Cohen Cruz. I'm the director, or good afternoon now. I'm the director of immigration policy at the Bronx Defenders. Thank you to Councilmember Brewer, Chair Aviles, and the committee members. Thank you for holding this hearing today to address issues of legal services for immigrant communities at a critical time where ICE is already targeting New Yorkers and preparing to escalate their presence in our communities. I want to begin by recognizing and sincerely thanking City Council for its tremendous commitment to increasing legal services for detained immigrants through NYFUP funding. Thanks to the increase, NYFUP is more equipped to meet the moment and provide critical representation to New Yorkers in ICE detention. NYFUP ensures that the people we represent, our neighbors, family members, and community, are not forced to navigate deportation proceedings from detention. It's an extraordinary model and a testament to New York's leadership, but it cannot meet the full scale of complexity of today's challenges alone. Despite these investments, the need continues to grow and evolve. At the Bronx Defenders, we regularly receive calls from people seeking representation for ICE check-ins, naturalization, and other applications for status, non-detained cases, post-conviction relief, or federal representation. We are proud to offer our community intake project to serve walk-in Bronx residents, and this program has expanded to serve more people seeking help in the Bronx, a historically under-resourced borough. However, the cases coming in through this work are increasingly complicated, often involving individuals in imminent risk of detention. They require time, specialized expertise, and sustained representation to keep families together and protect people's rights. We have built out our community intake capacity with the funding we currently have, but we are still stretched to the limit. We regularly have to turn people away who are trying to access our services, and our staff face difficult choices about who we can represent. Too often, we are forced to prioritize only those at the highest risk of detention and deportation, leaving many others unserved despite their urgent need for help. The complexity of these matters is increasing as immigration law becomes harsher, immigration judges replaced with less experienced decision makers, and access to bond is more restricted than ever. For many clients, the real fight is now in federal court, where expertise and swift action can mean the difference between deportation and safety. Many of these cases are deeply complex and cannot be adequately handled through brief consultations or limited scope services. What our communities need is full scope representation, full scope long-term representation. We urge the City Council to consider expanding funding for full scope representation, investing in staffing, experts, and travel resources to meet the growing need for intensive, time-sensitive advocacy, and strengthen support of community-based walk-in immigration services, particularly in under-resourced areas of the city. The last point I'll make is the Bronx Defenders, of course, supports Resolution 1014 condemning the Trump administration's use of federalized National Guard to repress free speech, militarize American cities, and carry out the anti-immigrant agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could think of one, I know that that's possible, whether it's obviously funding, but in terms of the federal complication or travel, or we heard earlier, people who have Louisiana or Texas opportunities in terms of being able to practice in those states. Is there something that you would add to the earlier conversation about what's needed? Because
yeah, I think that's a great question for this panel. I know we're all the Nycc providers. I think, we do need the increase in funding to be able to meet some of those needs. But what it really is the long-term sustained funding, because these cases, especially when we succeed in getting people released or are working with people who are non-detained, these cases can last a decade. I've been practicing over a decade, and I have some of my original clients still. And so I think we are all focusing a lot on enforcement and prevention, and that's important. But we must remember that this is a long-haul fight, and we need to make sure that we're able to continue to meet the need over what may be a decade of representation.
thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean Blumberg, and I am the Associate Director of the Immigrant Community Action Project at Brooklyn Defender Services. Thank you, Councilmember Brewer and Chair Aviles and the Committee on Immigration for inviting us to testify today. BDS's immigration practices protect the rights of immigrant New Yorkers by defending against ICE detention and deportation, minimizing the adverse immigration consequences of criminal and family court cases for non-citizens, and representing people in applications for immigration benefits. The gravity of the situation for immigrants in New York City is almost beyond comprehension. People are being snatched off the streets by masked, plainclothes ICE agents. Teenagers are being detained at the very courthouses they are appearing at to do the right thing as part of the legal system. And due process is dangerously becoming a thing of the past. We are grateful to the Council for your investment in immigration legal services, including expanding funding for Nycc to ensure more New Yorkers facing deportation are represented. We're also grateful for your support for a new school-based immigrant rapid response to legal access initiative to ensure more immigrant families and students have access to legal information and support. Today, I am here to speak about clients we aren't able to serve. We specialize in working with people who have complex immigration cases, including criminal and family court involvement. But in our current funding and staffing levels, we are unable to meet the demand for immigration legal services coming from our other practices. And yet, as a result of this hyper-enforcement, we not only have more cases, but often need to begin our representation much earlier. The risks encountered by non-citizens seeking relief affirmatively before USCIS or in court have never been higher. It used to be relatively rare that people checking in with ICE in a wide variety of legal postures were detained. Now it is commonplace and happens even to people who have some forms of relief granted or who otherwise would have recently have been considered very low risk. People simply trying to appear in person in their own removal proceedings are detained constantly by ICE agents waiting in the hallways of 26 Federal Plaza. USCIS has new enforcement authority and a policy of placing as many non-citizens in removal proceedings as it can. Also, the risk of detention at what previously would have been low-risk USCIS interviews has dramatically increased. Asking for continuances pro se in immigration court is no longer straightforward or safe. We need to do complicated screening and risk analyses at every stage of every encounter with EOIR, USCIS, or ICE. Investing in existing legal services organizations, which have the expertise, experience, structures, and supervisors to onboard and expand staffing, is the quickest way for the city to meet this urgent need. With additional funding, we could efficiently hire and onboard immigration attorneys, DOJ accredited representatives, and social workers to meet the growing demand for immigration representation. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you.
My name is Deborah Lee, and I'm the attorney in charge of the Immigration Law Unit, the Legal Aid Society. Thank you, Councilmember Brewer, Chair Aviles, and this committee for this opportunity. As my colleagues at BXD and BDS have testified, we thank you for your generous support of the New York Immigrant Family Unity Project, which provides legal representation to non-citizen New Yorkers detained by the federal government and separated from their families here. We're also grateful for the funding for our Unaccompanied Minors and Families Initiative and other innovative programs. These investments reflect the Council's unwavering commitment to justice for all New Yorkers. The prospect for detained non-citizens is dire. After detention, families may go days without knowing where their loved one is or how to reach them. Individuals may be held at 26 Federal Plaza, then transferred across the region or even the country. Beyond poor conditions and lack of access to counsel, the greatest threat detained non-citizens face today is the near elimination of bond. What this means is that non-citizens who are detained will very likely remain detained until they can either win or retain their immigration status, which will most likely require 1 or 2 levels of appeals. This could take many, many months with no prescribed time period for resolution. DHS is aggressively appealing grants of status and blocking release at every turn, essentially coercing many into accepting deportation in the meantime, simply to escape the prospect of indefinite detention. For many, the only practical option for potential release back to their family and community is through habeas petitions before a federal district court. Immigration representation remains essential, and a robust habeas practice is now a critical, distinct tool to defend against removal. Legal Aid is proud to have a federal litigation team for this, but we are limited in the face of overwhelming need and are working hard to expand our capacity. We are at a growing flashpoint. Detentions at court and ICE check-ins are increasing, raids are happening blocks from here, and our federal government continues to threaten what amounts to martial law in this city. In the face of this, we applaud Councilmember Caban's Resolution 1014, which condemns the use of a federalized National Guard to advance an anti-immigrant and anti-democratic agenda. Let us unite together against this erosion of our civil liberties. Thank you again for your commitment to justice.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Christine Clark. I'm the Chief of Litigation and Advocacy at Legal Services NYC. We are not a Nycc provider, but we do provide immigration legal services to many thousands of people through the Immigrant Opportunities Initiative, known as IOI. I think you know what I'm going to say about IOI, which is the funding is insufficient and it's insufficiently flexible. Although I will thank the council for being very involved in this grant and helping to increase the pot of money, particularly recently, including for filing fees. But I will also talk a little bit about some of the questions that Councilmember Aviles asked earlier. You know, IOI pays about $3,300 per full representation case. For most cases, that comes out to less than minimum wage in terms of the hourly work required by our attorneys. We obviously pay our staff more than minimum wage, and that money has to come from somewhere else. As you all know, funding for this work is drying up at the federal level. It's being threatened, and it's disappearing entirely. Also, you know, like Ms. Lee said, we follow our clients wherever they go, whatever happens to them. So if our asylum client from 10 or 20 years ago gets detained, we will file their habeas case for them. We'll go to emergency court for them. If they get moved to Florida, we'll follow them to Florida. But that money, that representation is entirely unfunded. We accompany all of our clients to every check-in, because the only way to win an emergency federal habeas case is to know what procedural irregularities happened at the detention. And the only way to know that is to go. And you spend 3, 4, 6, 8 hours there, starting at 6 a.m. on a Saturday or whenever. All of that work is fully unfunded at the moment. When New York City residents are moved out of state, there's no one else who can help them. So we had a client who was moved to so-called Alligator Alcatraz, and if you look at the docket of the Middle District of Florida, there is not one habeas case for an immigration detainee that was filed by counsel. There's no one nationally to help New York City residents. We have to do it, and we need to be funded to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next panel. Proja Asani, a Sanctuary for Families, Sienna Kraft, Selena Munez, and Mariala Richards. Whomever would like to start, go right ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sierra Kraft, and I'm the Executive Director of I Care Coalition. We're a coalition of legal service providers dedicated to providing free legal services to unaccompanied immigrant children in New York City. In the past 10 years, we have served over 14,000 children and families. And with the Council's historic $16.5 million investment in immigrant youth, we've been able to expand our centralized legal referral process to include immigrant youth under the age of 21 residing in New York City. So this additional investment has kept the doors open when federal funding and protections were pulled back and kids were left to figure out deportation proceedings on their own. So your leadership quite literally stopped children from disappearing into the system. But I also need to be honest about what we're up against right now. Children who have crossed the borders to stay alive are being treated like enforcement targets. The federal government is offering $2,500 to voluntarily deport and almost no time to decide. And their cases are being rushed before they have time to find an attorney. And this is pressurizing traumatized kids to walk away from their rights. At the same time, dockets for immigrant children are being fast-tracked and continuances are getting shorter for kids without counsel. Sponsors are now afraid that stepping forward could expose them to detention, and children are sitting in federal custody for months instead of weeks, some cases taking more than 200 days, isolated in facilities instead of in safe homes and schools. We're watching children who have approved SIDGE get funneled toward deportation instead of protection. This is not who we are as a city. The council has already stepped up, but we need to go further. As you've heard from the panel this morning and from advocates, that we need multi-year funding for immigrant youth defense. One-year funding keeps programs in triage, and we need stability so we can plan, hire, and stay with kids throughout the long arc of their case. And we need funding for full scope representation. Additionally, we need to support the full ecosystem, not just the lawyers, but court preparation, in-court navigation, language access, and mental health support. Children are walking into high-stakes hearings alone, and we have to meet them there. Additionally, we're all responding in a state of emergency. I would also inquire how we can consider to unlock additional resources, knowing that we're living in a crisis, and this is an emergency, and it calls for emergency resources. Thank you for your partnership and refusing to look away. We need to keep fighting with everything we have, but we need you alongside us with funding, advocacy, and an unwavering commitment to protect immigrant children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good afternoon, rather. Good afternoon, Chair Brewer and the rest of the committee and members of the Committee on Immigration. My name is Pooja Asnani, and I'm the Senior Director of the Immigration Intervention Project at Sanctuary for Families, New York City's largest provider of comprehensive services for survivors of domestic violence, human trafficking, sexual assault, and related forms of gender-based violence. We are so grateful for the opportunity to testify today. Almost exactly 2 years ago, in October of 2023, I testified before this committee about the surge of asylum seekers arriving in New York City and Sanctuary's efforts to address the huge need for immigration legal assistance to help these folks. Today, we confront a stark new reality under the Trump administration. The flow of new immigrants has ground to a halt, as everyone here knows, and those who are already here are at the most dire risk of detention and deportation. All but U.S. citizens appear to be at risk, and shockingly, the current level of immigration enforcement even threatens non-white citizens. When I spoke to the committee 2 years ago, we were launching a new gender-based asylum initiative, mustering extensive pro bono support from 10 law firms to offer pro se assistance to a high volume of asylum seekers. These migrants were uprooted from their homes in Venezuela, Ecuador, Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras, and other parts of the world due to domestic violence and rape, as well as the failure of law enforcement to protect vulnerable people, especially women and children, from violence. Through our asylum initiative, we have helped over 200 clients in the past 2 years to successfully file and litigate I-589 applications. Now, like all of our colleagues in the field, our immigration legal team has been compelled to pivot to face the harsh new environment. Most of our clients now need full representation rather than pro se assistance to have any hope of avoiding deportation. In my own cases and those of the other lawyers and immigration specialists on my team, I have seen ICE officers wait outside the courtroom for our clients, poised to detain them no matter what the outcome of the hearing, no matter that they came to court in observance of their responsibility within the immigration legal system. In many cases, having an attorney present appears to be the only deterrent to their being snatched away from their families and loved ones. Beyond aggressive immigration enforcement, the Trump administration has made a flurry of changes that make it harder for gender violence survivors to prevail in their cases, let alone avoid expedited removal. They have struck down gender-based violence as a category of asylum claim. They have terminated humanitarian parole for people from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, Venezuela. They have raised immigration filing fees to unprecedented levels and removed waivers for low-income abuse survivors. For instance, asylum applications, previously free, for as long as asylum has existed here in the United States, it's been free, now require $100 initial filing fee as well as an additional $100 annual fee for each year the case is pending. The filing fee for temporary protected status has increased from $50 to $500. Sanctuary is one of the very few agencies that covers non-waivable legal filing fees for all of our clients from a combination of public and private funding, and not surprisingly, our resources are stretched to the limit. We are seeing longer wait times for adjudication of humanitarian-related immigration benefits, more mistakes, more erroneous denials, and a sharp increase in requests for evidence even in the most routine cases. Previous directives for ICE agents to refrain from enforcement action against gender violence survivors have been canceled. There are no longer any such protections. Likewise, previous sensitive locations such as schools, churches, hospitals, and courts that were off limit to ICE officers are now regular hunting grounds. There is more use of expedited removal and efforts to enlist and deputize other local and state law enforcement officers and enforcement efforts, including in jurisdictions where we practice, such as Long Island and outside of New York City. The list goes on, and it is a daily challenge to keep up with the flood of adverse new rulings and new enforcement tactics.
Can you summarize? Can you wrap up?
Yes, of course I can. Yes. At Sanctuary, our team has been doing as much as we can. My main point here is that we are increasingly forced to take on cases for full representation simply just to be able to protect this person from deportation. As an example, we go through our list of pro se asylum cases and we are trying our best to enter full notices of representation, E28s, to be able to accompany them to court or prevent their having to appear in court so that they'll avoid deportation. What that means is our team of about 20 something people is now taxed with more cases than we've ever handled and more than we're able to handle. And we would like assistance, as all of my colleagues here are stating to you. We continue to provide high quality legal services to as many abuse survivors as we can. And we offer a range of holistic services at Sanctuary for Families. We are so pleased to hear about the city's expanded funding for immigration legal services. And it is critical that a substantial portion of that funding be earmarked for service providers like Sanctuary for Families who are in the trenches fighting alongside New York City's most vulnerable legal immigrant residents. With more money, we would be able to staff up and serve more clients, and we applaud the efforts of the Immigration Committee to ensure that immigrant gender violence survivors get the help they need to attain safety.
Thank you very, very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Selena Munoz, and I'm a paralegal and DOJ accredited representative with the Doors Legal Services Center.
Kelsey,
Sorry.
yes.
Legal Services Center.
We love Kelsey, just so you know.
Great. The Door is a comprehensive youth development organization. Our Legal Services Center specializes in serving young people in their immigration matters. Recent immigrants in our city, especially children and young adults, are in extremely vulnerable positions. Multiple Door members have been violently arrested at immigration court and ICE check-ins. In June, Mohammed, who entered the United States alone at 18 years old, appeared virtually at his master calendar hearing. The immigration judge ordered him to appear in person. Mohammed did just that. His case was dismissed and he was immediately arrested by ICE. He remains detained in Brooklyn. In August, Door member Mokhtar was also arrested at immigration court following a routine master calendar hearing. He was quickly moved away from his New York community to a detention center in Pennsylvania. He is also still detained. Just last week, 16-year-old Joel Camas was detained and arrested at a mandatory ICE check-in. Mere weeks earlier, his mother had made the extremely difficult decision to self-deport to try to protect Joel. Despite this, and the fact that he has approved SIJ, ICE chose to rip him away from his communities by arresting and detaining him. Moya testified that they had reached out to Florida's council about our client Joel, and we want to note that they did not reach out to the Door about our client. As the experiences of Mohammed, Mokhtar, and Joel demonstrate, ICE arrests and detentions are devastating for both the impacted individual and their communities. ICE presence and increased arrests create panic, fear, and anxiety in our communities, regardless of status. As a sanctuary city, New York has a proud legacy of protecting its immigrant population, so they have access to critical service and a chance to thrive. Now this legacy is under attack and vulnerable young people are suffering the most. We urge the City Council to take decisive action to reaffirm and strengthen New York City's sanctuary policies, protect immigrant youth from harmful displacement and systematic barriers. By doing so, the city can continue to uphold its values of inclusion, equity, and humanity so that immigrant youth can build secure, fulfilling lives and contribute to the vibrant fabric of New York City. Thank you
very much. You're on.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Brewer, Chair Aviles, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide
Pull
testimony
it towards
today
you just a little bit more. Yep.
on behalf of Kids in Need of Defense, also known as KIND. My name is Marilia Richards, and I am the Managing Director of the New York City office at KIND. KIND provides free legal service and social services for unaccompanied children and youth who arrive in the United States. KIND envisions a world in which every unaccompanied child on the move has access to legal counsel and has their rights and well-being protected as they migrate alone in the United States in search of safety. Since opening our doors in 2009, KIND's New York City office has provided free legal representation to more than 2,000 unaccompanied children across the city. Most unaccompanied children are released from federal custody to family members and sponsors in the community. Excuse me. New York City alone is a top destination nationally for unaccompanied children. In the last 2 years, more than 4,000 unaccompanied children were released to sponsors in New York City. Funding from New York City Council allows us to provide critical services to children like Omar. Omar is a 15-year-old child from El Salvador who was abandoned and neglected by his father. Before leaving El Salvador, Omar complained to his father about persistent pain throughout his body, but he was never taken to see a doctor. After arriving in the United States and while still in the care of the Office of Refugee Resettlement, Omar was taken to a doctor and diagnosed with cancer, which had been the undiagnosed source of his pain. Now reunited with his mom in New York, He has completed chemotherapy treatments and is on the path to recovery. His pro bono legal team is assisting him with applying for special immigrant juvenile status in order to remain safely in the United States and continue his recovery. He is working hard in school and he undergoes treatment and is looking forward to studying computer science in college. At a time of profound uncertainty, funding for immigrant legal services provided by the city have enabled KIND to continue providing robust, life-saving legal services to children and young people in our community. Thank you for your ongoing commitment to ensuring that unaccompanied children in New York City have access to legal representation that allows them to pursue protection and reach their full potential. And again, thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very, very much, all of you. Thank you. The next panel. Jorge Paz Reyes, Desiree Hernandez Sanchez, Raluca Oncio, and Lauren Miglasio. Whomever would like to begin, go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Brewer and members of the City Council Committee on Immigration. My name is Raluca Onshoyu. I'm the managing attorney of the Immigration Unit at Catholic Migration Services. CMS is a small but mighty legal provider with decades of experience. And I'm here today, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. And I'm going to actually start backwards, and instead of sharing all the issues that have been confronting us, I'm going to talk about our proposals for how City Council can continue to support Immigration Legal Services Program. And first, I'd like to actually acknowledge the fact that the City and City Council has responded to this critical moment and made a significant investment in Immigration Legal Services programs in this year's budget. In particular, CMS would like to recognize the fact that after losing city funding for our pro se services, City Council was able to step in and fund us as part of the Pro Se Plus initiative. More on that later. Here are just a couple of things that were mentioned before. In 2024, Mayor Adams announced the cost of living adjustment to provide 3% annual increase for human services workers as a response to advocacy efforts by the city's nonprofit service sector. This increase, however, has not trickled down to subcontractors who work in coalitions that contract directly with the city. This has left agencies like CMS without access to this 3% COLA to meet rising personnel costs that have increased sharply over the last few years. For smaller nonprofits like CMS, the only way to contract with the city is through collaborations with other organizations to facilitate the contract and reporting management of large grants. So we seek the council's support in ensuring that all city nonprofits obtain this important 3% COLA in all baseline contracts to benefit its hardworking staff. Something else that hasn't been mentioned is that the Trump administration has slashed federal funding for naturalization programs at a time where, not by by coincidence actually, the federal policy changes that have been introduced are posting new barriers to naturalization. There's stricter good moral character criteria and more complex N648 medical certification for disability exceptions to the civics and English language test. The combined impact of all these policy changes is to make it more difficult for legal permanent residents to become U.S. citizens and for immigration legal service providers to assist them in the process. As a result, assessing eligibility for naturalization has become more resource intensive and time consuming, but our funding has been slashed. CMS has lost funding that it had for over a decade. And cuts in this program have resulted in the loss of an accredited representative position. And given the staffing loss and the mounting administrative barriers to and legal barriers to naturalization, CMS expects to file 60 to 70 fewer naturalization applications this year at a time when our wait list for naturalization is mounting.
Go ahead. You can sum up. Go ahead.
Okay. One of the things that my colleagues have said, and I agree with them 100%, is that full representation needs to be funded. That is the gold standard in today's increasingly complex and hostile immigration landscape. However, right now, and probably for some time in the future, the demand for qualified immigration attorneys and accredited representative far exceeds the available supply. So in this situation, I think it's imperative that funders continue to invest in and expand support for pro se legal assistance programs as well, because they play a critical role in bridging the gap and ensuring access to justice for vulnerable immigrants. Just to give you an example, there are almost no one's coming through the border, so we're not filing pro se asylum application through our pro se program. However, we've pivoted to actually provide other kind of services to reach out to the people we supported in the past and bring them in and prepare them for their immigration hearings, to prepare their evidence packet and submit them on their behalf to work on their declarations with them. We're still doing this pro se because we can do more, we can touch more people that way than with full legal representation. So thank you so much for your vision to continue to funding those services alongside full representation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who would like to go next?
Good morning, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Desiree Hernandez Sanchez, and I serve as the Director of Legal Services at Catholic Charities Community Services. I would like to start by expressing our deep gratitude to the Council and the City for your leadership in standing with immigrants and robustly funding legal services this year. This year has been extraordinarily difficult. We face unprecedented losses in federal funding for immigration legal services, which created a deep instability for both our staff and our clients. In the midst of that uncertainty, the city's support has been a lifeline. Your commitment has helped us to cushion the impact of federal cuts and counter the harm caused by increased federal enforcement. Because of the city's support, we were not only able to sustain but expand our most critical services for vulnerable immigrants. We retained our experienced staff. Immigrant New Yorkers in removal proceedings did not lose their attorneys in the middle of their cases. Children appearing before immigration judges were not left to face immigration court alone. And our hotline continues to provide critical information to thousands of immigrant New Yorkers and their families. Looking ahead, we respectfully ask that the New York City Council consider the following priorities to ensure that the city's investment remains effective and sustainable. And it's going to sound very familiar to all of you. The first one is to provide multi-year commitments to allow long-term planning and stability for both our clients and our staff. Announce earlier award notifications to avoid any interruption of our services so programs can avoid layoffs and maintain continuity of services between fiscal years. Please grant regular funding increases, like Raluca just mentioned, to keep pace with the rising cost of living and providing quality legal services. And finally, make timely contract payments to prevent operational disruptions that can jeopardize staffing and client support. New York City has long been a national model for compassion and justice. Your continued partnership ensures that immigrant New Yorkers are not left to navigate an increasingly punitive federal system alone. On behalf of Catholic Charities, thank you for your leadership and your commitment to ensuring that all immigrants in our city have access to justice and a chance to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Dear Chair Brewer, my name is Jorge Paz Reyes, and I'm the community organizer at On Local. Thank you for this space and for the continued commitment to immigrant communities in New York City. On Local is a nonprofit organization dedicated to serving New York City immigrant communities through immigration legal services and community education. On Local, robust team of lawyers and advocates provide free legal advice and representation to immigrants communities through New York State on immigration-related matters. Our team provides legal representation to individuals interacting in the immigration system at all stages of the process. Just in the past year, our rapid response legal collaborative team has supported hundreds of individuals facing deportation. Combined with our ProSEP Plus, LGBTQ Plus, AI Plus, DACA eligible, and other clients, we assist hundreds of community members seeking support and assistance. Today, we're here to voice our strong support for Resolution 1014-2025, and to emphasize the continued necessity of investing in legal community-based support for our immigrant neighbors. At On Local, we've had to adapt rapidly to the changing and hostile immigration climate. Our workshops now prepare individuals for the realities that they might face during court hearings or ICE check-ins, from what to bring and what to wear to setting up power of attorney and making sure the loved ones know where they are. As law enforcement presence and profiling have increased, we also expanded our education to include all community members, including U.S. citizens, ensuring everyone knows their rights and how to stay safe. The actions of the federal immigration agents don't just harm individual families, they tear the fabric of our city. They threaten our economy, our communities, and the very values that make New York a place for safety. For, for instance, our client Pablo, a member of the LGBTQ community seeking asylum, spent more than a year in a detention center in Florida, navigating fear of deportation, solitary confinement, and isolation. He speaks about the power of having organizations like Local be present at every step of someone's immigration process. With our support, Pablo is still fighting for the right to call the United States home, where he can be free to be himself and using his experiences to facilitate difficult conversations about race and survival coping mechanisms with all the LGBTQ communities. We also would like to thank Moya and City Council for the ongoing support to our immigrant youth, as we have been chosen to host the Dreamer Center to provide support to immigrants who want work development force training, as well as assist in applying to college to the New York State Dream Act. With continued support, organizations like Local remain committed to meeting the moment. We believe it's realistic, holistic, and community-informed approach to legal advocacy. Legal services are essential, but they must be paired with timely education, trust building, and mutual support if we're truly here to protect our communities. We thank Council for the support for immigrant legal services, social workers, advocates, and organizers. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer, and to Chair Aviles. My name is Lauren Miliacho. I'm the Training and Legal Technical Assistance Director at the Immigrant Justice Corps. The Immigrant Justice Corps is the nation's first immigration fellowship program, and Immigrant Justice Corps is proud to say that we have 45 active fellows still in the field here in New York City. This was born out of the Katzman study from Immigration Services, and Immigrant Justice Corps focuses on reducing the justice gap for immigrant families and enhancing access to social and economic opportunities. IJC supports the resolution condemning the Trump administration's militarization of cities and repression of free speech. The deployment of federalized National Guard troops threatens constitutional rights and due process protections. Immigration enforcement has seen a 50% increase under this administration of detained immigrants. Policies have included aggressive removal tactics, mandatory detention expansion, and the near obliteration of bond and an expansion of expedited removal. The legal environment for non-citizens in this country has become increasingly hostile, with significant enforcement actions and policy changes. ICE detains approximately 60,000 individuals daily, with many arrests occurring near courthouses and other places that had previously been safe locations. The Trump administration has actively targeted sanctuary cities, including New York, and seeks to enforce foreign immigrants on a daily basis. New policies aim to suspend federal funding for jurisdictions with sanctuary policies. The National Guard and troops being deployed into other cities have given us a glimpse as to what could happen here in our homes and to our neighbors. The demand for legal services for immigrants is at an all-time high, necessitating increased access to representation. As of September 2025, there were 3.4 million pending immigration cases, with only 21% of cases initiated in fiscal year 2024 having representation. Many immigrants lack access to legal services, risking unrepresented and underserved populations. Non-lawyer advocates can provide essential support, allowing attorneys the opportunity to focus on complex cases and improving overall access to justice. The Immigrant Justice Corps is proudly part of Moya's legal technical mentorship and support. And what IJC has done to support the legal service centers is provide moot court corners, trainings on special immigrant juvenile status, and has provided other legal technical mentorship to the legal service centers.
Okay, thank you. Perfect timing. Thank you very much. And 3.4 is New York City? 3.4 million cases is New York City?
Is the national.
It's a national. That's what I wanted to say. And so 21% the national. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you all very much for everything that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Margarita Guzman, Jehi Fisher, Yasmin Hamza, and Hamra Ahmed. Is every- I think there's one person missing. So Paula Imahaji from United Neighborhood Houses. Are you here? No. All right. Well, just go ahead, you all, and then we'll go to the next panel. Whoever would like to start first.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Aviles and the rest of the committee. My name is Margarita Guzman. I'm the Executive Director at the Violence Intervention Program, the only organization in New York City led by and for Latina survivors of domestic and sexual violence. All of our offices are located in communities that are immigrant dense, low income, and largely Latin American in heritage. We provide holistic services, providing everything from emergency domestic violence shelter and crisis counseling to long-term economic stability, supporting survivors to build small businesses and eke their way out here in the United States. The majority of the people that we are working with are immigrant mothers. All of them are survivors of domestic or sexual violence, and all of them are low income. I want to talk about two of them today. I changed names for the sake of their privacy. When Gloria came to VIP earlier this year, we referred her to Legal Services, which is one service that we do not provide on site yet, to pursue both an asylum claim and an application for U visa. While she was waiting for Legal Services, a long wait, she received a hearing she had a hearing date at immigration court that she missed. 10 days later, she got her removal order, and very shortly after that, we lost all contact with her. In the meantime, we were safety planning with her so that she can plan for both her safety within a violent relationship and the threat of deportation. After many calls, eventually the line went silent and the phone was disconnected. We have no idea what happened to her or how her children are doing. Another survivor, Caterina, secured an attorney for her VAWA petition after we referred her for help. Last month, she was detained by ICE, but unlike Gloria, she had a lawyer she could call. We knew that she had been transferred from a detention center in Elizabeth, New Jersey to Louisiana, and she was able to communicate with her attorney that entire time. We learned that her mental health was deteriorating, and she asked if she could continue her VAWA application from her home country of Chile instead of remaining in the detention center. She ultimately decided to self-deport back to Chile and pursue her VAWA claim from there. Nobody wanted that outcome, but in this case, because she had legal counsel, she had some agency in the decision-making about what was going to happen and still has hopes to actualize her VAWA claim from Chile. There are hundreds more survivors that we have referred to Legal Services that currently have status, work permits, green cards, and naturalized citizenship because they were able to receive those important legal services. As you know, for survivors of domestic and sexual violence, there are sometimes more options because of humanitarian legislation that has been passed to give them pathways to citizenship. But that doesn't matter if there are no legal services available for them to pursue those pathways with informed legal advice. The remarkable difference between having an attorney or reliable legal advice or even just accurate legal information can very much be the difference between having a path to remain in the United States or disappearing without a trace, as what happened to our survivor, Gloria. Thank you so much for your investment to help shift the tide for immigrant survivors, and thank you for standing with immigrants and using your power to expand the services available to them here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Aviles and Councilmember Brewer and the remaining council members. My name is Yasmin Hamza, and I'm the CEO at Womankind. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and to encourage the council to continue investing in immigration legal services for survivors of gender-based violence, especially now when the need is greater than ever. Womankind is an AAPI serving gender-based violence organization that works with survivors to rise above trauma and build a path to healing. We serve over 2,600 survivors and their family members at any given time throughout the year. Womankind is also a member of The Collective, a coalition of culturally specific gender-based violence organizations serving communities of color and immigrant communities throughout NYC. Survivors in our community are facing an unprecedented barriers due to the current federal administration's policies and practices. Our legal program is seeing significant delays in the processing of work authorizations, increased requests for evidence that ask for additional information about a survivor's trauma, and prolonged timelines for all forms of immigration relief. These delays are not just bureaucratic, they are life-altering. They prevent survivors from accessing employment, housing, and safety. They create barriers for them to actually be able to leave a harmful relationship and continue to stay in systems of control. In addition to the administrative delays, the increased presence of ICE in our communities has created a climate of fear and re-traumatization for survivors of gender-based violence. The threat of detention or deportation discourages them from seeking help, reporting, or accessing critical services. The systematic violence not only undermines their safety, but also erodes trust in institutions meant to protect them. Survivors deserve to heal in environments free from intimidation and harm, not to be re-traumatized by the very systems that should be offering support. Womankind's legal program was built from the ground up over 14 years ago to meet the unique needs of our community, particularly with immigration relief. Despite our proven track record, Womankind was not renewed for federal funding this year, and our federal funds that do allow us to provide legal services have a new clause of unallowable costs for immigration legal support. This loss is devastating, not just for our organization, but for the survivors who rely on us for legal support. We are now at a critical juncture. Without sustained investment from local government, we're risking losing a vital lifeline that we've had for 14 years. To be able to support some of our city's most vulnerable residents. We thank the council and continue to urge them to prioritize funding for immigration legal services, particularly for survivors of gender-based violence, and to be able to invest in organizations such as Womankind that's deeply rooted in community, that centers survivors' voices and fight every day for justice and healing. Your support can help ensure that survivors have the tools, the resources, and legal protections to be able to rebuild their lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Aviles, Councilmember Brewer, and the committee members on immigration for the opportunity to testify today and for your ongoing support and oversight and support for our immigrant community. My name is Hamra Ahmed. I am the head of legal programs and policy at Her Justice, a nonprofit organization that has advocated with and for women living in poverty in New York City for over 30 years. Through our pro bono first model, Her Justice serves thousands of clients each year. Since 1993, we have served 45,000 women and children. We train thousands of lawyers every year who represent our clients pro bono. We know that our clients deserve trained attorneys to represent them in what often takes years for relief. In addition, we engage in policy reform, advocacy, and research to address the systemic barriers our clients face. As you well know, the incredible unmet need for competent immigration legal services in New York City is greater than ever. Since 2005, Her Justice has built a specialized immigration practice representing undocumented survivors of domestic violence, sex trafficking, labor trafficking, and other forms of gender-based violence. Our attorneys represent survivors across a broad range of remedies under the Violence Against Women Act, U and T visas, and citizenship applications. We are seeing an increased demand for our services, with both new clients seeking assistance and former and existing clients seeking new kinds of support, as even what once felt like secure legal status is now under threat. In 2024, Her Justice had 1,280 active immigration matters, serving 624 individual women. Many of these women had multiple immigration matters involving themselves or their family members. In response, we are stepping up to meet the needs of those clients through bold advocacy, expanding outreach, and ensuring immigrant New Yorkers can access the protections and stability they deserve. We are reaching vulnerable immigrants in our communities. To do that, we are partnering with trusted community-based organizations and district offices to host Know Your Rights events and legal clinics tailored to the language and cultural needs of each community. We strengthened our online resources and social media outreach to share reliable information, shifting from a basic Know Your Rights curriculum to a rights versus reality. Our Immigrant Survivor Employment Access Project provides direct legal services, community outreach, and capacity building for partner organizations to help our mutual clients apply for work authorization. In response to the increasingly urgent needs of survivors, we seek to further expand capacity to provide undocumented survivors with a clear pathway to access the transformative legal services to ensure their safety, stability, and freedom. There are over 3 million immigrants in New York City, and immigrant women make up more than half of her justice's clients. When immigrant women are lifted, their families and communities rise with them. We thank you for your continued partnership and support.
Thank you very much.
Hi. Thank you, Councilmember Brewer, Chair Aviles, and members of the New York City Council Committee on Immigration for convening today's hearing. My name is Paula Inargue. I'm a policy analyst at United Neighborhood Houses. UNH is a policy and social change organization representing neighborhood settlement houses. We mobilize our members and their communities to advocate for good public housing, promote strong organizations, and other practices that keep neighborhoods resilient and thriving for all New Yorkers. The settlement house model of providing multiple supports under one roof is time-tested, effective, and continues to help the newest New Yorkers. As the federal administration rapidly targets immigrants across the country, following through on the president's commitment to mass deportation, immigrant communities are increasingly vulnerable, and settlement houses play a crucial role in providing these communities with the support and protection they need. We're very thankful to City Council for securing a historic $50 million investment in immigrant legal services. This funding is crucial as immigrant communities rely on these programs to understand their rights and navigate a system that is becoming increasingly more complex. UNH urges the Council to allocate this funding quickly and ensure that it reaches immigrant communities in a trusted way through settlement houses and other community-based organizations. Settlement houses are already trusted anchors in their neighborhoods, providing holistic, wraparound support that meets families where they are. This approach ensures that immigrant New Yorkers receive not only the legal help they need, but also the practical and emotional supports that help them build a life in their new home. Currently, 13 UNH member settlement houses are providing immigrant and refugee legal services to over 13,000 people every year, with eight of them expanding or launching new legal services since 2022 to meet the needs of newly arrived immigrants. Despite their best efforts, demand continues to far outpace available resources. Increased funding would allow settlement houses to expand these services and reach even more families in need, many of whom would otherwise go unserved. By strengthening and expanding free community-based legal services, the Council can ensure that our city remains a place where all New Yorkers, regardless of where they come from, can belong and thrive. Thank you for your time and for your continued commitment to supporting immigrant New Yorkers and for working to ensure this funding is allocated quickly to meet urgent community needs.
Thank you. I have a quick question because I know a lot about trying to find housing because it's very great to have the services, but if you can't find a place to get away from the abuser, it's really hard. So are you able to do that? It's hard in general, but particularly for some of these women. How the hell do you find housing?
So one of the strategies that has been the most successful has been the rapid rehousing and transitional housing programs that we have had. That has been funded by HUD. The new RFP for the coming year has not been released. It usually comes out in August. We have no expectation that it's going to be anywhere near as robust. It looks like they're cutting down to about 30% of those services. So if it was hard before, it's about to get much, much harder.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Oh, God. Next panel. Thank you for that. Brendan Lloyd, Carolyn Cohen. I know Carolyn. Naveed Baines. And Lisa Zen. Yeah, you can absolutely bring them in. It's fine. Whomever would like to start, go ahead.
I'll go ahead and start. Good afternoon, Chair Villas, Council Member Brewer, and the rest of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony for the generous designation of $200,000 towards Urban Resource Institute's Immigration Legal Services for survivors of violence and gender-based harm in the fiscal year 2026 September Transparency Resolution. My name is Brandon Lloyd, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs at the Urban Resource Institute, also known as URI. URI is the largest provider of domestic violence shelter services in the nation, including immigrant survivors, and a leading provider of transitional housing for families experiencing homelessness in New York City. This funding will directly serve the newest New Yorkers who are survivors seeking legal services. And every day, URI creates pathways to safety, stability, and healing for survivors of domestic violence and families in crisis. Nearly 20 years ago, in 2006, URI established a domestic violence legal education and advocacy program, also known as LEAP, with the intention of providing trauma-informed care and legal services for survivors of all backgrounds. Due to their status, undocumented survivors are hesitant to have contact with the legal system and can remain in harmful situations because of a lack of access to legal services or concern about eligibility due to immigration status. The continued shutdown of the government program is causing a ripple effect mirroring the effects of COVID, when survivors may remain in abusive partnerships because of the scarcity of available services, shelters, and safe havens. Programs like LEAP bridge the gap between immigrant survivors and access to legal services, which can provide a pathway to safety, away from harm by providing support with child custody, visitation, divorce, orders of protection, debt issues, and immigration petitions. URI greatly applauds the efforts of the New York City Council to act as a stopgap to the federal budget cuts through funding initiatives such as the Immigration Legal Services for Survivors of Violence and Gender-Based Harm Initiative. As the City of New York braces for a potential increase of immigration and customs enforcement in the presence of the National Guard, we applaud the city's effort to mobilize legal service providers with the intention of protecting immigrant New Yorkers and encourage the Council to continue expanding funding streams for immigration legal service providers. The Urban Resource Institute stands ready to continue to partner with the City of New York in support of survivors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Brewer, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Carlin Cohen. My pronouns are they, them. I'm the Chief Policy and Public Affairs Officer at CPC, the Chinese American Planning Council, the nation's largest Asian American social services agency. While CPC has long been providing legal referrals and other support services, we have not actually had our own in-house legal services program, but our planning at the end of last year led us to hire a staff attorney and stand up a legal services program starting in January. In addition to that, we also increased the number of Know Your Rights trainings, built out family safety and emergency planning resources for individuals, and began to do legal clinics. We had done this all unfunded until we had been awarded $125,000 through the City Council as part of the RISE group of AAPI community-based organizations, and that funding has been absolutely critical. Because I think everybody in this room is really aware of the challenges our community is facing and why we desperately need this legal services funding, what I actually want to share is a couple of stories of what legal services funding does for community members when we actually have access to it as providers. We had a community member that came to us because his routine ICE check-in for his asylum case was going to be the same day that his wife was due to give birth to their third child. And his private lawyer had refused to help try to reschedule it. So he came into one of CPC's clinics, and our lawyer was able to write a letter and persuade ICE to reschedule the check-in for 8 months later, allowing him to participate in the birth of his child. That's what legal services funding does. We had a community member that is the father of a 6-year-old in our daycare program that missed his appointment for a routine check-in because he was hit by a car while doing bike deliveries, which was his job. And because of that, federal agents came to his home and detained him, despite the fact that his wife had gone to his check-in to explain that he was injured. We were able to, through that process, translate and connect him with a lawyer through Nycc. Another community member was detained while in the park with his friends. Agents in an unmarked van came out and demanded ID, showed no warrant, and arrested him. He was brought to the Elizabeth, New Jersey Detention Center and was told that he was going to be deported the next day. We were able to go to the detention center, help him file a pro se habeas, and a New Jersey judge stopped the deportation and assigned him an attorney for his case. That is why legal services funding is so critical, because it helps our community members every day, and that's why we are fighting to make sure that all community members have access to those services. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the Committee on Immigrations. My name is Nycc. My name is Nycc. I'm the Director of Social Services at HomeQuest Community Services. Thank you so much for giving me a chance to speak today. HomeQuest provides a community-based multi-social services to low-income older adult and families and immigrant communities in our 4 centers across for us, Southern Brooklyn. Most of our members are Asian Americans. Every day, we help clients apply for public assistance, healthcare, affordable housing, and citizenship, all in the preferred languages. We are here today to testify alongside our partners at Asian American Federation, AF, and also Rapid Immigration Support in Empowerment Rights Network, a creation of nearly 20 Asian-led and Asian-serving organizations that provide immigration legal support to New Yorkers. Last week, HomeQuest conducted a community survey ahead of the general elections. Nearly half of respondents said language or translation needs were among the biggest challenges. Second, only to safety. Barriers with language and digital access make it difficult for older adults and immigrants to navigate complex systems and also to get help as well. Beyond the data, we continue to hear fears about ICE activities, confusion over changing immigration rules, and even hesitation to apply for health care. Out of concern, it could affect immigration status. It's clear the community members rely on organizations like HomeQuest to navigate systems, bridge cultural and language gaps, connecting to legal services, and also, most importantly, to feel supported. We thank the committee for its leadership and offer 2 recommendations. 1, protect and expand funding for community organizations providing immigration legal services and case management for AAPI communities. Second, establish a regular communication channel with AAPI Rights Network to share how immigration enforcement is affecting our community. Together, we can do better to protect the safety and well-being of Asian New Yorkers. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Next.
you.
Thank you, Chair Aviles, Council Member Gail Brewer, and Council Member Caban for holding this hearing and for providing us the opportunity to testify. Also, happy Filipino-American History Month. I'm Ria Ortiz, Executive Director at the Mayan Migrant Workers Association, and we serve, empower, and give life-saving services to low-wage Filipino workers in New York City, mainly in Woodside, Elmhurst, Sunnyside, and neighboring areas. Today, I'm testifying with our partners from the RISE Network, a coalition of about 20 Asian-led and Asian-serving organizations offering immigration case management and legal services to New Yorkers. Last year, the Mayan helped Claire, a trafficked Filipina domestic worker mother who escaped from her traffickers who brought her from Taiwan to work as a domestic worker in the Upper East Side. She signed a contract thinking that she would work for a better future for her 5 children back home. Instead of working for 40 hours a week, she worked from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m., 7 days a week. Instead of getting paid minimum wage, she was working $357 an hour. Instead of following her dream, her life turned into a living nightmare. Afraid and alone, Claire sought the Mayan's help. When Claire needed help to escape from her traffickers, the Mayan helped her create an escape plan. When Claire became undocumented because her immigration status is tied to her trafficker, the Mayan connected her to an immigration attorney who is helping her apply for a T visa so she can be documented again. Since the beginning of the current administration, many domestic workers like Claire have worked as live-in domestic workers because they are afraid to interact with ICE while traveling to work. They work longer hours for little pay with no overtime and remain vulnerable to abuse. In the past few months, we have helped a couple of trafficking survivors escape their traffickers. Claire is one of the many trafficked domestic workers that the Mayan has helped. The Mayan assists trafficking survivors in creating escape plans, refers them to shelters and counseling to help them manage post-traumatic stress, and arranges medical care for injuries due to trafficking, and connects them to other social services. We also help them receive financial assistance through TVAP. Additionally, we help file civil cases against our traffickers. Since our founding, we have helped more than 80 trafficking survivors become documented again, and 40 of those survivors have been reunited with their families. We have also recovered more than $2 million in stolen wages. None of this would have been possible if not for the support of the New York City Council and groups like the RISE Network. The Mayan joins the RISE Network to help us respond more quickly and effectively to immigration challenges facing vulnerable Asian New Yorkers. CBOs are essential as successful immigration services depend on deep community ties and multilingual capacity. Direct funding to Asian-led CBOs accelerates immediate immigration support. We believe we respectfully ask the New York City Council to protect and expand funding for following initiatives included in the City Council's September Transparency Resolution, including legal services for day laborers and domestic workers. Prioritize supporting small and mid-sized CBOs serving Asian immigrant communities, and prioritize removing contracting barriers so CBOs receive funding quickly for crucial services. Thank you for allowing us to testify, and we look forward to working with you to make sure Asian-serving communities get the support that they deserve.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Brewer, Councilmember Caban, Chair Alexa Aviles, and members of the Committee on Immigration for holding this hearing and for providing us the opportunity to testify. My name is Navi Baines. I'm the Associate Director of Advocacy and Policy at the Asian American Federation, where we proudly represent the collective voice of more than 70 member organizations. I'm honored to testify alongside our partners here of the Rapid Immigration Support and Empowerment Network, also known as the RISE Network, as well as one of our colleagues from ALDIF who will be testifying right after us. And this is a network of nearly 20 Asian-led and Asian-serving nonprofits providing immigration, case management, and legal services support. The current presidential administration has brought drastic policy changes. Arrests of immigrants from Asian countries, including China, Bangladesh, Nepal, and India, have increased significantly in New York City compared to last year. According to a recent analysis by the news publication The City, there has been an over 1,000% rise in arrests of Chinese immigrants and a 1,000% increase in arrests of Bangladeshi immigrants in this last year. This trend, coupled with the severe increase in immigration fees, has resulted in a heightened need for immigration legal services at a time when immigrants are also in fear of even seeking out these services. This is where our CBOs play a vital role in building community trust and bridging cultural and linguistic barriers that mainstream organizations are unable to provide. Funding our CBOs directly is an effective way to provide immigration support to the Asian community. Past funding for AAF's rapid response work under the first Trump administration allowed our network to serve over 8,000 Asian New Yorkers with immigration legal services in over 12 different languages. We are incredibly grateful for the fiscal year 26 City Council funding provided to our RISE network to support in-language, culturally competent immigration legal services and case management. But this work has just begun, as we've seen from last week's ICE raid in Chinatown. We make the following recommendations to City Council to sustain and support our work. Number one, protect and expand funding for CBOs providing immigration legal services and case management. This includes the initiatives that City Council put forth in its September Transparency Resolution, which is legal services for AAPI communities, legal services for day laborers and domestic workers, and immigration legal services for survivors of violence and gender-based harm. Number two, work with the RISE Network, our organizations, to establish clear lines of communication so our CBOs have a regular opportunity to share how immigration enforcement is impacting the AAPI community across the 5 boroughs. Number 3, prioritize funding small and mid-sized CBOs serving emerging immigrant communities, because our CBOs are trusted partners with deep relationships with vulnerable community members who are less likely to interact with mainstream organizations and government systems in this current environment. I'll wrap up. And number 4, prioritize addressing contracting issues that pose barriers for CBOs. We applaud City Council's leadership in doing this work and the speaker for putting initiatives out to improve contracting processes. And we just ask that Council continue to hold the Mayor's office accountable for streamlining this process so our culturally competent CBOs get the funding they need to deliver critical services. And last but not least, we thank you for your leadership in supporting New York for All, and we encourage City Council to continue calling on our legislature and our governor to support the New York for All Act. Thank you to the Committee on Immigration for all your support, for your leadership. We see you showing up in the streets and representing our communities, and that continues to drive advocates to also come out. So thank you for that partnership.
Thank you very much. Jane Shim, Yasinia Mata, Devilshi Basnet, and Ayukona Omuragan from the African Communities Together. Whomever would like to go ahead, go right ahead.
Members of the committee, my name is Jane Shim, and I'm the director of the Anti-Asian Violence Program at the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. I submit this testimony on ALDEF's behalf and thank the committee for the opportunity to testify. ALDEF is a national legal organization headquartered in NYC that protects and promotes the civil rights of Asian Americans through litigation, advocacy, education, and organizing. ALDEF was founded more than 50 years ago by Asian American law students and activists who recognized that Chinatown residents did not have the same access to legal services as other communities. Throughout our 50 years, ALDEF has worked with Asian immigrants to provide direct legal services, immigration clinics, community education, and systemic advocacy. Through this work, we have observed that the same gaps that drove our funding have only grown more urgent. We have a forthcoming report about the invisible unmet need for legal services among Asian immigrants. Our testimony today draws from that research to highlight gaps in legal services for Asian New Yorkers and our recommendations on how to address them. In the past 50 years, the Asian American population in the United States has multiplied exponentially from just over 1.5 million to nearly 25 million Asian Americans nationwide. Yet the Legal Services Corporation, the nation's largest funder of civil legal aid for low-income individuals, recently reported that only 2% of its clients identified as Asians and Pacific Islanders, and a mere 1.3 speak an Asian or Pacific Islander language. The same is true in New York. Asians are the fastest growing demographic in New York City, making up 17% of the population and over a quarter of the city's 3 million immigrants. I'm going to skip ahead. Despite New York City's reputation as one of the best resourced jurisdictions for immigration representation, Asian immigrants remain persistently at the margins. They constitute 25% of the city's undocumented population. For example, Chinese immigrants are the second largest undocumented group and are the single largest nationality in removal proceedings. Although Asian people are largely portrayed as economically successful, approximately 1 in 4 Asian New Yorkers live in poverty, nearly double the rate of white New Yorkers. RISE network funding allows us to provide legal representation to our community partners. However, there is still a need for more legal support. We have identified the following barriers to legal services for Asian immigrants in New York. Language access gaps. According to 2020 census data, nearly 6 out of 10 New Yorkers who speak an Asian language have limited English proficiency, yet many legal service provider hotlines do not offer an Asian language option, so Asian clients are shut out from the start. If they do make their way in, few legal service providers employ Asian language speakers. Instead, they use commercial interpretation vendors that are costly and insufficient to build client trust. Capacity gaps. Heavy caseloads limit legal service providers from doing outreach, leaving many Asian Americans unaware that free representation is even available. And then I will also just highlight, in the absence of visible, culturally and linguistically accessible nonprofit legal services, community members instead rely on word-of-mouth referrals for private attorneys. Many of these low-income New Yorkers are charged high upfront costs, and predatory attorneys threaten to stop working on their cases without additional payment. Some private attorneys provide quality representations, but others do bad work or no work altogether. Thank you for your support and for your attention to ensuring that immigrant New Yorkers have access to competent immigration legal services, and we look forward to working with the council.
Thank you. Thank you for all LDEP's work. I appreciate it. Go ahead.
Okay, yes, this is on. Okay, so good afternoon, Chair Vilas and members of the Committee on Immigration. Thank you for holding today's important hearing. My name is Ayanakwe Omaragban. I'm the daughter of immigrants from Trinidad and Nigeria, and I also serve as the New York Policy Manager at African Communities Together. Since launching as an organization, we've built a base of tens of thousands of African immigrant contacts, connected thousands of African immigrants to direct services, and championed a couple, legal cases on behalf of low-income and working-class African immigrants living here in New York. Many of our members come from countries like Sudan, Liberia, Mali, etc., and we strongly align with, other Black-led organizations and communities as part of the broader, immigrant rights movement. We provide immigrants with free and high-quality legal services, such as, assistance with applications for naturalization, TPS, etc. And, what makes our provision of legal services outstanding is we have this expertise around language access, diversity of our staff, and, we were able to create a safe space for many people who are running from, heinous persecution. So from January 2025 to present, there's been a horrendous increase in immigration enforcement activity. We all saw what happened in Canal Street just about a week ago. About 9 African immigrants were kind of kidnapped on Canal Street as part of this raid of street vendors. In listening to accounts like these, I think it's very easy to feel like hopeless and just kind of want to give up. But ACT's perspective now is the time, more than ever, to not only increase New York immigrants' access to legal representation, but also ensure that Black immigrants from West Africa, from the Caribbean, and other parts of the African diaspora are prioritized in that reform. For many Black immigrants, there's a strong pipeline between anti-Black policing, criminalization, mass incarceration, and deportation that is sped up by these barriers to language access, anti-Black and anti-immigrant sentiments. So, if I just speed up a little bit, in the past, ACT has received legal funding through, Action NYC and Pro Se Plus projects, etc. However, this year we received 1 year worth of funding with no chance of, renewal. ACT is so grateful to the City Council because, in this time you all stepped in and provided organizations like ours with additional $500,000 to continue this much needed work. But, even though the numbers of new arrivals has sharply diminished, most of these recent arrivals still have pending immigration matters. We ask you to continue to prioritize legal services for immigrant New Yorkers so we can bring pro se asylum seekers and, other applicants, many of which filed their initial applications with the city's Asylum Application Help Center successfully to the conclusion of their case. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman Aviles, and thank you to all the council members for allowing us to testify today. My name is Yesenia Mata, and I am the Executive Director of La Colmena, an immigrant rights organization based in Staten Island. Our mission is to empower the immigrant worker through education, culture, organizing, and economic development. Hearings like this are essential. They give us the opportunity to share what is truly happening on the ground in Staten Island, where we witness firsthand the challenges and fears facing our immigrant communities. Unlike other boroughs, Staten Island does not receive the same level of visible support from our own Staten Island elected officials when it comes to standing up for immigrants. However, through the leadership of this council and the solidarity of the many organizations here today, we are reminded that we're not alone and that there is a strong network of allies who stand with us. That is why we launched the Welcoming Staten Island Initiative, a coalition made up of unions, schools, businesses, nonprofits, and grassroots groups from across the island. Together, we show our immigrant neighbors that they have allies ready to defend and uplift them. Additionally, through the support of the New York Immigration Coalition, La Colmena has been able to expand access to legal services and become DOJ recognized, but the need continues to far exceed the available resources. Additionally, under the Welcoming Staten Island initiative, we created the Staten Island ICE Response Network so that when there are ICE operations or raids, our allies can respond collectively and effectively. However, one major gap remains. We lack adequate legal representation because if someone is detained, we need attorneys to support us in that capacity. Therefore, we are currently seeking to partner with pro bono attorneys so that no family stands alone in these moments of crisis because we are overwhelmed as La Colmena with many of the other services we provide, which is not just legal. Please count on La Colmena to continue being present and deeply committed to this work alongside all of you. Lastly, as the Executive Director of La Colmena, and here as well on my own capacity as a captain in the United States Army Reserve's Civil Affairs Officer, I want to express my strong support for Council Member Caban's Resolution 1014 because my commitment will always be to my community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations. Go ahead.
Good afternoon to Chair Aviles and to Councilmember Brewer and Councilmember Caban, and also happy National Immigrant Day today. And thank you to the committee for the opportunity to testify on the state of New York City's immigration legal services ecosystem and the critical steps that we need to take to improve services, support service providers, and scale up to adequately respond to the urgency of this moment. My name is Dave Ashish Basnet, and I'm the Senior Immigration Rights Policy Manager at the New York Immigration Coalition. And on behalf of the NYC, we're grateful to our continued partnership on multiple fronts with the Council. The NYC is a statewide network of more than 200 organizations that supports immigrants and refugees across New York State. We commend the committee and the Council for recognizing that immigrants who reside in New York City are facing unprecedented risk. Today, I'll briefly highlight and follow up with written testimony as well about the challenges that are present that were brought up in today's earlier questioning about the immigration legal services gridlocks and in the infrastructure, and articulate the immediate need for, one, increased interagency coordination and a de-siloed approach to legal services, to two, developing a support fund to assist individuals and families of New York City residents that are impacted by deportation and detention, and three, the expansion of Nycc funding to cover out-of-state ICE transfers to ensure that no New York City resident is left behind as tactics of ICE enforcement changes. For 267,000 immigrants in New York City with pending immigration cases, life goes on with the daily uncertainty of not knowing whether they'll return home. And when they go to court, while they navigate a legal service system that is increasingly fragmented and under-resourced. Despite historic levels of funding by the Council, legal services remain neither sufficient nor widely accessible. Service providers across the city are at or near capacity, and the lack of coordination between agencies and the lack of a centralized body facilitating the variety of immigration legal services provided by the city and its contracted partners has created a bifurcated implementation nightmare, duplicative services with inefficient overlap and gaps in services. Moreover, in addition to the immigrant New Yorkers and their families who are covered by our existing services, individuals and their families are facing the ripple effects of out-of-state ICE transfers. While this hearing is an important step, we would like to see tangible steps to follow. The NYC recommends that first, the Council administration in consultation with impacted communities and legal service providers and community-based organizations decisively rebuild a legal services ecosystem that connects disparate LSPs and their efforts to limit duplication and find out where these missed opportunities are due to the emphasis on speed and volume of filings rather than quality and substance sequence of filings, notwithstanding the specialized expertise that certain filings would require, the need for centralized coordination and de-siloed services is increasingly evident. We want to reaffirm that we must expand the interpretation of what legal service funding should provide to be more holistic and call for that new family support fund to assist families and individuals impacted by deportation and detention. And lastly, just to re-up that ask of increasing funding to expand NYFUB's capacity so that any detained New Yorker, regardless of where they are transferred to, can be supported by our services. Thank you again to the committee, and thank you to the chairwoman.
Thank you
Appreciate it.
very much. Congratulations to everybody. And don't worry, Staten Island, we'll take care of you.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Alexandra Aragon, Madam Ba, Mr. Power, Molly. I know them. Candace Broughton. Candace is not here. I think
No, Candace is not here.
we know where Candace is. GB Fisher from the Collected. No. Go ahead with you, and then we'll go to the next panel. Go ahead, whomever wants to start.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Alejandra Aragon, and I am a community advocate at Nycc, a community-based organization in Sunset Park that has served the immigrant community for over 2 decades. I am here along with my compañeras from La Colmena and Nycc to represent a perspective of small-size community-based organizations. At Nycc, we offer a range of social and legal support services to immigrant families. Today, I'm here to speak on behalf of the immigrant community we serve, individuals and families navigating incredibly complex and stressful legal processes. Many of them have upcoming court hearings, ICE check-ins, and pending USCIS applications. And they urgently need access to quality legal representation, especially under the current administration when fear and uncertainty have grown. Since January 2025, our small but dedicated team has assisted approximately 700 community members seeking help with asylum applications, work permits, change of venue and address, and motions related to internet-based hearings. Yet, in our immigration department, there are only 2 staff members, including myself, working tirelessly to meet this immense demand. Our community's needs are growing every day, and we continue to do everything we can with the limited resources available to ensure that no one faces these life-changing processes alone. I would like to share the successful stories that a community member shared with us and how our services being free at no cost has impacted their life. Excellent services and unconditional support. I want to express my sincere gratitude to the Nycc organization for the invaluable help and support throughout my asylum application process, work permit, and legal advice. From the moment I first contacted them, they provide me with personalized and professional attention that made me feel safe and supported. I sought other places, but they were asking me to pay hundreds of dollars just to get assistance. Nycc's team was very efficient and dedicated in guiding me through every step of the process, clearly explaining the requirements and procedures at no cost. Their knowledge and experience in asylum and human rights are truly impressive. Thanks for their help. Thank you for your time and your commitment to justice.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman, for having me. My name is Adama Ba. I'm the Executive Director of Africana.
Right now, New York City is failing our immigrant communities when it comes to access to legal services. There are no attorneys taking new cases. The system is completely overwhelmed. Families are walking into our office terrified because immigration raids are happening when they're going to looking for work. And for Black migrants we serve, this crisis cuts even deeper. Many have already survived war, violence, and displacement. They come here hoping for safety and stability, only to find themselves navigating a legal maze, alone and feeling abandoned. With no free legal aid available, they're being forced to pay thousands of dollars to private lawyers, money they simply don't have. And for those who can pay, the reality is even harsher. They're left to figure this out on their own. At Africana, we see the fear firsthand. Mothers are with newborns, fathers separated from their families, young people trying to update their asylum paperwork, all of them asking the same question: who can help me? The answer right now is no one. Africana receives no funding for our legal work, despite us seeing hundreds weekly. This lack of legal support doesn't just impact individuals, it impacts an entire ecosystem of care. Our staff are stretched beyond capacity, trying to fill a gap that should not exist. We can provide food, diapers, and housing support, but when ICE knocks, we can't offer legal defense. This is heartbreaking truth. Black migrants are being left behind in a system that was never built for them. They're being criminalized for seeking safety, and until the city invests in real, accessible, and culturally competent legal services for our communities, this crisis will continue, and so will our fight to make sure no one is left to figure this out alone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Council. You have been on the side of the people. You continue to show up for our people and continue to have the back of those of us on the front lines, continuing to fight for our newest New Yorkers and the entire undocumented community. Happy National Immigrants Day. Our organization continues to be on the front line and be proactive when it comes to finding solutions in real time and consistently pivot to address new challenges and be the bridge to help provide necessary services to our undocumented neighbors. For example, when the AAHC was shutting down the Asylum Application Help Center, we knew there would be hundreds of youth left in limbo, and we took action to raise private funds to hire 2 staff members that are experts in special immigrant juvenile status. And we continue to lead the way to advise on cases that have to do with the youth that are candidates for SIDGE. We are still fighting for Dylan Contreras, New York City's first high school student detained on May 21st after his immigration hearing. He has been detained for over 5 months and is in a prison in Pennsylvania. They said they were going after criminals and so-called public safety threats, but that has not been the case. It's been proven that they are entering immigration court buildings to abduct non-criminals that are following their legal procedures. The public safety threats and national security threats are not the hardworking, law-abiding immigrants, but rather the masked ICE cowards terrorizing our communities and tearing families apart. We need more funding for legal orgs and orgs working directly with legal service providers to help our neighbors that are being targeted by this administration. We need to not only increase funding for representation, but also to expand the reach of these legal organizations to be able to support people that have been strategically sent to detention centers outside of New York. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In Harlem in particular, because that's somewhat where you're working, there isn't any place that can take any of your clients, customers,
No,
guests?
no one. There's no one to accepting new applications or to new clients.
Wow, okay. All right, that's a big problem. Big problem. We have to work on that. All right.
That's part of why there needs to be some vetting as to organizations that have gotten funding so we can see exactly where those gaps are.
Right, or just expand the funding. I mean, it seems to me that you should have funding in Harlem for that.
Yeah.
Something to work on immediately.
Thank you.
Very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Adamu Ali, Workers' Justice Project, Ms. Gallipo, William Medina, and looks like Claudia Wang. That's not Claudia. Chia Wang. Yeah, it's hard to read your writing. Madam Wang. Go ahead. You can
Hi, my name is Amadou Lee. I'm the founder of the Amadou Lee Foundation, a nonprofit that supports immigrant families, especially African immigrants, with legal aid, education, and humanitarian services. I came to New York City from Senegal at 13. I didn't speak English, I was undocumented, and I faced homelessness and uncertainty. I eventually met Amy Messelson from the Legal Aid Society, who stepped in, believed in me, and fought tirelessly on my behalf. Because of her, I was granted a student visa, and that opportunity changed the course of my life. I went on to act in Twilight Breaking Dawn and mentor students in robotics. But I never forgot the struggle of African immigrant youth like myself. That's why when the Canal Street raid happened on October 21st, I stepped in personally. I went directly to the affected detainees, encouraged them, provided commissary funds, connected them with attorneys, at least some of them, and helped some file habeas petitions. Many of these young people were sacrificing food just to pay legal fees, and I witnessed firsthand the fear, hunger, and anxiety that they endure. Many of the Canal Street vendors continue to work long hours because some have contracts with attorneys that they must obey. This leaves them little time for school, English classes, and other programs that could help them qualify for formal employment. They are caught between survival and legal obligations, and some even go hungry just so they can pay their attorneys. Your support as council members could make a real difference in reducing that burden, giving these families more opportunities for stability and a future. Our foundation also helped more than 450 workers whom we will not name personally by creating resumes, providing transportation, and I personally walked them to companies, ensuring that they're supported and safe. These were people who had lost hope, and together we restore some control over their lives. We recently launched a new program called From Street Vendors to Barbers, designed to provide immigrant youth, particularly street vendors, with training, mentorship, and employment opportunities in barbering and related trades. This program helps them move from unstable, informal work and for steady careers. And we are seeking support from the council to expand this program so more people can gain skills, independence, and a pathway out of exploitation or survival-only work. I want to acknowledge that the Amadou Lee Foundation has not yet received any funding from the City Council, but we deeply appreciate that the council has been supporting immigrant communities. That support matters because many immigrants remain unrepresented, work tirelessly every day to navigate a complex legal system alone. Your continued investment in legal representation can make a real difference in their lives. I invite the council to meet with the Amadou Lee Foundation, learn more about our work, and consider supporting immigrants such as the ones that were affected on October 21st. Together, we can ensure that no one faces this system alone. Thank you for your time and commitment. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Brewer and Chairwoman Aviles and all members of New York City Council. My name is William Medina. I'm the leader of Deliveristas Unidos, the movement of more than 80,000 app delivery workers who keep New York City running. Every day, we risk our lives biking through traffic storms and unsafe streets to deliver food and essentials. Together, we complete 2.77 million restaurant delivery every week, according to the New York City Department of Consumer and Worker Protection. Right now, our communities are under attack like never before. President Trump's anti-immigrant agenda and citywide rule change like the 15 miles speed limit are putting our livelihoods and our families at risk of deportation. Over the past year, the city has rolled out policies that target us instead of protecting us. This month, the New York PD has been empowered to issue criminal summonses for roading traffic violations, and with the new 15-mile-per-hour e-bike speed limit, which went into the effect last Friday, police are making our job to make deliveries on time a crime. Each summons drags us into the criminal system and increases our risk of immigration enforcement. We have gone from being called essential workers to being treated like criminals. Every day I go out to deliver food, I risk not just my safety, but my freedom. While the rule changes are defended in the name of public safety and safe streets, the reality on the ground is much different. The over-policing of delivery work is about control, fear, and criminalizing immigrants who deliver your meal, groceries, and care for new workers during the hardest times. Every ticket, every stop, every court appearance pushes us closer to deportation. The rise in criminal summonses and the 15 mph speed limit are playing into ICE hands. I see it every day. Delivery workers have to balance providing for themselves and family fear and arrest in some case of deportations. Our city delivery workers deserve better. We're not asking for pity. We're demanding protection for the people who deliver your food in the rain, cold, and heat every single day. Right now, we are highest risk of being tried in immigration raids, just like what's happening in Chicago and DC, where deliveristas have become ICE main targets under the guise of public safety. I'm here today as the New York City Council to stand with us and prioritize our demands. Pass Intro 1332 and Just Cause law that will allow us to work safely, ride safety, and stay home during an ICE raid without fear and being deactivated or fired without cause. Fund our $500,000 budget proposal to provide support and case manager for immigrant deliveristas facing criminal summonses and abuse so they can fight back and continue providing essential services to New Yorkers. We're not the enemies of this city. We care for this city. We defend for New Yorkers. We need right protections and justice, no criminalization.
Thank you very much. We're big supporters, as you know. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here for 5 hours. And
It's our honor, so
yes,
go ahead. It's
yes,
our
yes,
honor.
yes. So my name is Jia Wang. I am the New York site director for Church World Service. I'm also a proud resident of Queens for the past 24 years. CWS is a global humanitarian organization dedicated to transforming communities around the world through just, sustainable response to hunger, poverty, and displacement. Since 1946, our work has reflected our vision of a world where everyone has food, a voice, and a safe place to call home. Church World Service New York was formally established just 2.5 years ago in early 2023 to meet the growing needs of rising human migration and the need for family reunification. In our 4 year, the first year, we served over 1,200 unaccompanied children, Ukrainians, Cuban Haitians, as well as African humanitarian parolees. Every day we heard from clients asking what their future is going to be the next day, so we worry about them. We are really thrilled that the City Council has approved significantly increased funding to support legal needs of immigrants and migrants and strengthen their ability to remain in New York City. The city cannot thrive without our migrant brothers and sisters. The recent attack on migrant children and family have demonstrated how critical non-federal legal services funding is, both to defend immigrant rights and their dignity and to keep families united. As one of my wonderful colleagues who's sitting next to me and who said this so well, our work is not limited to identifying which remedies they're eligible for, but it also includes managing each case appropriately and supporting every opportunity they need to grow up safely and with dignity. And that's our Unaccompanied Children project. It is really important to broaden the scope of this funding to include all legal-related services, such as interpretation, know your rights workshops, and perhaps case management as well. It is also essential to ensure an open grant-making process so as many legal services as possible can apply. Our experience, I guess it's a negative one, derived from the UCP, the Unaccompanied Children program funding that was just finalized a couple of months ago. The funding was quadrupled a lot, and we applaud. We were in support of that, but that funding was only given to existing grantees, which means that the rest of the unaccompanied children legal services were left alone, fight for their own, I guess, fight with the federal government. So I want to turn it over quickly to Roberto.
Thank you for hosting this hearing today. I'm just going to focus on one of my experiences as paralegal. We are not only helping unaccompanied minors, but a lot of these minors come from countries like Nicaragua, Salvador, Mexico, and they not only speak Spanish, sometimes they speak languages such as Quechua, Quechiquel, Mam, Guarani, Charrúa, Aymara. So for them, navigating through the complex immigration system in America is even more difficult because in their own communities they were discriminated, and now they come to New York or other parts of the United States, and they're facing these challenges because they're very vulnerable. Many of these minors are escaping from cartels. Even one of the minors that I spoken with him like 2 months ago, he was telling me that they were basically waiting for them out of the schools so they can join these cartels Sinaloa, and Jalisco Nueva Generación, other cartels that are in Mexico. And if they return under these conditions, they basically have two results or two scenarios, or they join the cartel, or they basically are going to be kidnapped or murdered. Our situations are the girls that in their communities, they don't know in their communities, they basically, it's normal to be married when they're 12 or 13 years old, and they're desensitized. So where we are providing these legal services, we have to make sure like we give them the emotional support and let them know that this situation is not normal, it's not okay. So we, more than ever, we need these resources, because without this help, these minors are going to be alone in this country without help, with no support, and with no parents, because they're unaccompanied minors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next. She's my hero. Just so you know.
Oh, thank you so much, council members of the Immigration Committee. My name is Ligia Hualpa. I'm the Executive Director of the Workers' Justice Project en los Deliveristas Unidos, as an organization that represents gig workers and essential workers for the city of New York, particularly app delivery workers. There's 80,000 app delivery workers who work for Instacart, Uber, Grubhub, and DoorDash. These workers are facing an unprecedented attack across the country. We saw it in Chicago. We're seeing it in DC, how the federal government is deploying ICE to particularly target workers who are working on the streets. And here in New York, we recently saw what example of that when we had ICE particularly target street vendors. So delivery workers, street vendors are facing an enormous amount of risks in our streets. Why? Because their workplace happens to be the streets. But also, they're facing lack of protections. There is a street vending reform that we're urging City Council to prioritize, but also there is a central bill that I know Council Member Gale and others have already strongly support, which is Intro 1332. We're urging Council to pass 1332, which is a just cause protection that would ensure delivery workers prioritizing a stay at home in case of an ICE raid, or if they want to drive safely, will ensure that they are not punished with deactivation, which is a form of firing. But we're also calling on City Council to allocate some of the recently approved immigration legal service funding towards legal and case management service for thousands of delivery workers who have been contacting us for assistance with deactivation, criminal and civil traffic violations, wage theft, and more. With the recent ICE raids targeting street vendors and deliveristas, it is more important than ever that deliveristas have the access to critical legal help. WJP advocates for case managers who are directly supporting them and connecting them with DCWP, public defenders, attorney generals, and making sure that they have the protections they deserve. No worker should have to lose their jobs for factors beyond their control, whether it's taking unnecessary risks, whether they choose to stay at home in a case of ICE raid. We're really hoping to count with the council to do two things. One, passing 1332 before the year ends to ensure that deliveristas have the rights they deserve when President Trump decides to attack directly the most essential workers. And the other one is prioritizing groups like ours, making sure that we have the resources to provide, because at the end of the day, we will be the frontline worker centers responding to the needs of essential workers. I know that when there is an ICE raid, when they're facing immigration, we will be in the front line supporting them throughout the way. So we're hoping that the council will prioritize funding Workers' Justice Project and Los Deliveristas Unidos. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all of you. Incredible. Thank you. Madam Cologne, where is she? Is she here? Well, I don't know where she is. Coyote from Cologne, from Nycc, and Lucerto from Nycc. Three people from Nycc. Very nice event you had. It was fabulous, fabulous. I got to go.
You're so welcome next time.
I never go to Queens. I've never been to Queens.
But that's Astoria. Maybe that's why you came.
I loved it. It was fabulous. Go ahead.
Madame Colon is not here, but we're here on her behalf.
That's fine.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, City Council Member Brewer and members of the council. My name is Nilvia Coyote, Executive Director at Nycc, New Immigrant Community Empowerment, the largest community-based organization in Jackson Heights, Queens, serving over 15,000 community members per year. I am testifying on behalf of hundreds of immigrants, New Yorkers who are members of Nycc but cannot share their identities or speak publicly today due to fear in this extremely hostile environment. For over 25 years, Nycc has inspired, empowered, and organized immigrant New Yorkers who are workers and job seekers to thrive in life and at work. We stand alongside our members in time of crisis, equipping them with the tools to reach their full potential and ensuring that immigrant workers can support their families and strengthen their communities through a powerful, innovative workforce and life skill pre-apprenticeship program. But as Council Member Brewer knows well, we're not primarily a legal service provider. However, over the past years, we have added this component in response to the critical needs of our community, of our immigrant community, needs we cannot ignore. Currently, Nycc received $21,600 from Moya, with an additional $50,000 for fiscal year 26 for Know Your Rights programs, for which we are extremely grateful. Yet to meet the overwhelming demand for legal services, we have leveraged over almost $500,000 from private foundations to build a legal service division, which provides both immigration and labor rights support. And I have here very proudly my team of legal division, Nadia, Angel, and Rosa. Our members regularly seek Know Your Rights workshops on ICE interactions, child custody, and asset protection, one-on-one support with asylum applications, mock interviews, and contingency planning, family-based legal preparation, including powers of attorney and guardianship documents, language access support to prevent legal errors for those with limited English proficiency. Through limited scope legal services via a pro sem model, workshops, community outreach, and assistance in drafting legal documents, we empower individuals to understand how immigration and labor systems affect their lives and their rights. Our goal is to give every community members the tools to take informed actions. Despite the slowdown in new arrivals, thousands of immigrants still face urgent legal needs. Many are at risk of dismissal or deportation due to earlier rushed or mishandled filings, case of legal abuse or fraud. With expanded support from the City Council, Nycc Legal Services Division can focus on
on universal representation, legal education, and community empowerment, ensuring immigrants not only receive due process, but are also prepared for whatever their legal journey brings, but also ensuring that Nycc can continue providing rapid response and presence in our neighborhoods. Just last Thursday at 8 p.m., we received the alarm on a massive ICE raid in Jackson Heights that mobilized all of us, community-based organizations, and elected officials. We respectfully urge the City Council to increase funding and resources for immigrant legal services so CBOs like Nycc, who cater low-wage immigrants holistically, can meet the critical needs and protect the rights and futures of thousands of immigrant New Yorkers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for everything.
Thank you.
It's working. Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Nadia Lucero. I am an immigration paralegal at the New Immigrant Community Empowerment in Nycc. This is a large organization, that's a large community-based organization in Jackson Heights, Queens, that provides pro-se legal service to immigrant families, among many years of service to empower immigrants New Yorkers. Let me be clear in this. Our work depends city funding. These funds allow us to run our legal program where we guide our members with a limited legal service so they can fill out their own immigration forms. Yet limit our work is effectively. We guide them to the TPS as well as all process and asylum, such as a change of address, motion to change venue, and employee authorization. Without extending funds, thousands of immigrants would lose access to relief legal service. The need for our service keeps growing, but our sources have not. Our biggest challenge is to the lack of capacity to provide service to everyone that comes to our center, inquiring about immigration service. Without more support, hundreds of immigration New Yorkers will be left to face the complex and a stressful system on their own. Every day, we meet people who are trying to rebuild their lives after escaping violence, rapes, and dangers in their home country. Many of them face difficult legal steps like applying asylum, applying work permits, or answering immigration court notice. Recently, our team has focused on helping people in crisis. Many people are afraid to go to the court because the ICE haranguing presence. To protect them, we have submitted requests to remote hearing to provide a safe environment to all people. Even though our resources are limited, we have been able to give emergency legal advice to families whose loved ones have been detained, guiding them on what is the next step to follow. We also see how misinformation and the money problems have complicated people's process for a legal status. In my experience, during the intake process, we have been instances where it has been revealed that the application they believe to have been submitted into the USCIS is actually a fraud. There is also several instances where members have paid a third party to fill out their asylum application, where whether or not the third party fill out the application with malicious intent to relieve is that the application are incomplete or incorrect, which jeopardize the members at their hearing. These examples show a lack of clear information about immigration application process, costs, and deadlines. To fill this gap, we provide empowering legal consultation and basic education, bringing Know Your Rights for the people, which can make the difference between denial on their cases or receiving approval on their case. At the time when the federal government is putting more pressure on immigrant communities, New York City must continue to lead with compassion and action, supporting legal service for immigrants is not only the law, it's about safety, dignity, and opportunity for our neighbors. Thank you for the time, and standing out with Immigration New York.
Thank you very much. I would just add that the future of our country has to have immigrants. So thank you very
Absolutely.
much, both of you.
Thanks so much.
Say
Thanks
hi
for your
to Miss
patience.
Hidling Cologne. Thank you. Mr. Johnson? Yeah, I do want to leave, so go ahead.
So let's do this quickly. I know you want to get out of here. Thank you, Chair Brewer, Chair Vilas. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson. I'm here to, so I want to make this clear that I think that the City Council need to jump on Intro 1332 to stop the unfair deactivation of deliveristas. I'm calling on the City Council to really push for the street vendor reform package in the City Council. I don't know why that these two bills and the packages are not able to be in the hearing tomorrow for stated Wednesday. I believe that this should be on the floor tomorrow. The speaker is blocking it. I want to know what's going on. They should not be out there tomorrow, 11:30, marching all over City Hall to get this bill onto the floor. These two, one bill and one reform package need both be supported. I'm calling on the City Council to allocate funding, the proper funding to both the Worker Justice Project and the Street Vendor Project, which is under the Urban Justice Center. They need to dedicate millions of dollars to install in-house case management workers and in-house legal counsel for both the Worker Justice Project and the Street Vendor Project. I'm calling the City Council to really put this bill on the floor. These two, the packages for the Street Vendor Project and the bill Intro 1332 on the floor tomorrow. It should be on the floor tomorrow. It should not be It should not be dead at the end because we have a speaker that's funded by DoorDash and all the apps. And I believe that's what's going on here. The speaker is funded by the apps, and a lot of these council members, they sneak out of their primary because of the apps. And what they try to do is make sure the apps don't fund against them again when they try to run for state assembly, state senate, because a lot of them be termed out. So I'm calling the City Council to really put the street vendor reform package onto the floor tomorrow and the Intro 1332 on the floor. And I'm saying this right here that I have a big feeling that, and I need to call the City Council to have a big press conference or a press release to say that Jessica Tisch, our commissioner, should not be reappointed as commissioner next year when the new mayor come in, because as she's a commissioner, she's working with ICE, she's working with these federal agencies to harass these deliveristas and the street vendors. Now, I'm opposed to the 15-mile-per-hour rule, and I'm opposed to any criminalization of deliveristas and street vendors. So in this here, I got 30 seconds left. Put Intro 1332 on the floor. Put the street vendor packages on the floor tomorrow, it was stated. And I'm saying this right now that we need more the City Council. I think since you're the oversight chair, you need to start auditing these nonprofits that actually get the money for the legal defense, and why they're not really helping these new guys and gals that's coming over the country and they need the help. So thank you so much and enjoy your day.
Very much.
Thank you.
We will now turn to virtual panelists. For virtual panelists, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you, and the Sergeant at Arms will set the timer and give you the go-ahead to begin. Please wait for the Sergeant to announce that you may begin before delivering your testimony. Our first virtual panelist, I think our only virtual panelist, is Jody Zeisimer from NYLAG.
You may begin.
Thank you so much for allowing me to testify. I am Jody Zeisimer. I am in a new role here at NYLAG as a policy director. So I'm just going to briefly address some of the points that the commissioner made and that Moya discussed. One of the things I want to just bring to this committee's attention is that in the reconfiguration of the Action NYC program to the legal support centers, they have eliminated the services to hospitals, libraries, and schools. Each of these programs served thousands of immigrants and some of the most vulnerable immigrants, people facing terminal illnesses, children in schools, and people accessing services through our city libraries. I think this is a really detrimental reconfiguration of this program and is going to make legal services much more challenging to access for very vulnerable and isolated communities. Additionally, the commissioner spoke about Moya's support for the Rapid Response Legal Collaborative. I would just like to emphasize that that is a very small portion of the support that this program receives. It's less than $500,000 annually, split between 3 organizations. City Council and the State Office of New Americans provides the vast majority of programmatic and financial support for this collaborative. And then finally, I just end with, as my colleagues have emphasized, we really do need multi-year stable legal services funding so that we can grow and expand our programming, staffing, supervision, and infrastructure to provide ongoing support and representation for immigrants. We also need a chance for innovative program development. And what I think this could look like is a competitive bid to allow legal services organizations and community-based organizations to develop programming that is responsive to the ever-shifting and ongoing needs that we're seeing in the community, and be able to develop programming that adequately responds not only to this moment, but anticipates what the legal services needs are going to be in the future. We've seen this, the iCare program, Rapid Response, the Pro Se Plus project, all of which were talked about by my colleagues today, are all programs that really arose out of legal service providers coming together, developing programming, and then pitching this to the City Council and to the city in order to fund and support. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for all of NYLAG, all forums. Thank you. Really appreciate it. We've now heard from everyone who has signed up to testify. If we inadvertently missed anyone who would like to testify in person, please visit the sergeant's table and complete a slip. If we inadvertently missed anyone who'd like to testify virtually, please use the raise hand function in Zoom, and we will call on you in order of hands raised. I will now read the names of those who registered to testify, but have not yet filled out a slip or appeared on Zoom, and they include Rosa Jerez, Dmitry Daniel Glinsky, Hyman Yang, Mohammed Razvi, Joshua Epstein, Jihi Fisher, and Alex Stein. Seeing no one else, I would like to note again that written testimony. Is that anybody up there? Okay. Which will be reviewed in full by committee staff, may be submitted to the record up to 72 hours after the close of the hearing by emailing it to testimony@council.nyc.gov. And now this hearing has concluded. Thank you all for your testimony.